come. This show about to go, Jeremy Lee, get it done. This hobby is a lifestyle, bro.
Y'all know.
This hobby is a lifestyle, bro. Let's go. Best guests in the industry, you gon' see it tonight. We gon' keep up with this energy at Sports Cards Live. Y'all know it's a lifestyle. Y'all know that we live now. Welcome to another episode of Sports Cards Live with your host, Jeremy Lee.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to episode number 316 of Sports Cards Live. It is Saturday night, June the 13th, 2026. My name is Jeremy Lee. A few quick announcements before we dive in. Fanatics Weekly Auction Ending Watch Party is back tomorrow night here on the channel, and this Thursday is the premiere show. Myself and Adam Gray will be co-hosting for the 61st month in a row. Join us back here tomorrow and Thursday for those shows. Guys, Leighton Sheldon, not joining us tonight, but he is acquiring vintage collections all the time. Reach out to Leighton at leighton@justcollect.com. He is also one of the co-founders of auctionwire.ai. They are a proud sponsor here of the show. Use promo code SCL for a 60-day free trial. But I warn you, they're going to help you find cards that you didn't think you'd find. That's going to cost you money like it is costing me. But hey, it's what goes along with being a collector. Mint Inc. is delivering the ultimate hobby experience from live whatnot streams, auctions, grading, breaks, 2 full stores in the greater Toronto area, and they are growing across the nation. You can click the link in the description below, get 5% off using promo code SCL5. Shop online anytime, worldwide shipping. Mint Inc., where collecting comes to life. This weekend, the Front Row Card Show is in Portland with 480 tables. And on June 27th and 28th, they are on to Phoenix with a staggering 600 table show. Visit frontrowcardshow.com for more show dates and locations. And guys, grading is expensive. If you can get it, ties up your time, ties up your money, your assets. Get it right with Mr. Minty, offering a full line of 100% substance-free pre-grading supplies, preparation, evaluation services, and concierge drop-off to both PSA and BGS, designed to help collectors save time and money in the expensive grading process. You can meet Mr. Minty in person at Fanatics Fest coming up in July, the West Coast Card Show that same weekend. Yes, he will be in 2 places at one time, and at the National in the new dealer section upstairs. For more information, go to mrminty.com and use promo code SCL25 for 25% off your purchase. Happy collecting and keep it minty. And I got a new Chronosio read for you guys right now. So check this out. Check out Chronosio, AI-powered collection assistant that allows you to sell boxes and boxes of cards, scan them, document them, put them on sale on eBay in just minutes. It works with cards, TCG cards, sports cards, raw, slabs, all of it. There are 2 cards to cash bundles available on Walmart.com, Amazon, as well as selected hobby stores, and not only include a scanner, software, and supplies, but also a one-on-one enablement session at the time of your choosing. I had my one-on-one enablement session with them just last week, and here's what we went through, and this was awesome. We created my account, we installed the scanning driver, we downloaded the software, scanned some cards. I think I did 35, something like that. We used their AI to identify and document all the cards, listing them on eBay. I listed 32 cards, no joke, 10 minutes. Not only does Chronosio work with you to get up and running, but they are always there to help people manage their cards and inventory to sell them online. Go to chronosio.com to learn more. And guys, CIA Auctions June 2026 auction is up, running, but it ends soon. It ends actually tomorrow. Visit collectorinvestorauctions.com to register and bid in their upcoming monthly auctions. And this episode is also brought to you by Upper Deck, the Sports Card Expo, Inferno Red Technologies, ComC, and Card Ladder with an affiliate link below. These shows are available on Apple and Spotify and wherever else you might get your podcast. Follow for free if you're enjoying the content. Even if you're not, please leave a rating or review. And thanks always to everybody for listening and viewing. Your comments and questions are in play. And with that, let's bring out Mr. David Chase.
Wow. Hello, Jeremy Lee.
How are you, David Chase? How you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm good. Good to see you.
It's nice to see you too, my friend. It's nice to see you too. I'm excited to be here. There is a big basketball game going on right now. I'm just looking at the score because I want to know, are the Knicks going to win it tonight in San Antonio? Are they going to force game 6 back in, or is San Antonio going to force game 6 back in New York? What's going to happen here? Are you following the game? Do you know what's going on?
Yeah, I have. I mean, I know that it's 70-58 right now, and I know that Wemby prices are right now staying steady for another game, possibly.
We'll see how that turns out as the series unfolds. What's going to happen there? It's interesting, this hobby. I mean, the hobby's always interesting, but it's really interesting to think that a player's cards, and we've seen these fluctuations, these real-time fluctuations before, but to the magnitude that we're seeing it with like Wemby cards and even Brunson cards right now, it's like 10x what they were. Well, Brunson anyway. Wemby's been sky high for a while, but even higher now. It's really crazy. Not so much that they're selling for what they're selling for. I mean, that's of course crazy. But what happens if Wemby loses this series, doesn't win his first championship, is not the MVP? What happens to the cards after that? I don't know. I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to say they're going to tank. Are they going to go down a bit? Probably. The off season's upon us here in the week or so. So it's interesting to see. But this hobby is very, very touchy when it comes to the things they want the most, which are, to collect cards and invest in cards of players who are doing all sorts of creative. The guy's really an alien. He is. You watch him on the court, like everyone I'm watching, whether it's my wife or my kids, we're watching, like that guy. It's crazy how big he is. So we'll see how it goes. Any thoughts?
Hope he stays healthy.
Yeah, that's the thing too. I hope he stays healthy as well. We got a fun show tonight, guys. We have, and I apologize. We started half an hour later than usual here on Saturday night. I had some family things to do today. We have the basketball game still going. I was hoping it would be over by the time we went live, but nope, there's still a quarter to go. So hopefully some of you guys are with us, watching the game at the same time, or you're taking this in a little bit later. David, before I talk about and share, and we talk about a big card sale that I wanted to highlight because I found it to be interesting. I want to hear about the card show that you went to today. Just kind of quickly, like you went to a card show. Tell us about it. What were the vibes like in the room?
Yeah, I went to a show called LA Card Show, and it is the hipster of hipster shows. This is not your grandfather's baseball card show. It had 700 tables. It's big. This promoter is going around. He's had them at in LA, like a very famous theater. It's called the Mayan Theater. I went to a show there once at Dodger Stadium. He's had it at the Intuit Dome where like the Clippers play. And now this is the biggest one that they've ended up doing at the LA Convention Center. It's like a small Fanatics Fest. Like the LA Kings are there where you can like shoot, you can try to hit a puck, you can shoot baskets and try to win shirts from the Clippers. There's like 4 DJ booths around that's pounding music as you're walking around. I mean, you expect there to be like a dude giving tattoos in the corner, but there isn't. But that's the kind of vibe that you end up getting. I brought my 8-year-old. It wouldn't be a show that I'd go to on my own, but he loved it. They treat kids so nicely. I mean, I'm telling you, the average age of like the dealers there and the people walking around are probably in their early 20s. It's great for young people to get into the hobby. And I mean, it's also great for young people that are buying and selling $5,000 Pokemon cards because I saw a lot of them there.
How much of it was Pokemon versus sport?
I'd say like 7. I mean, it was 99% very modern sport and Pokemon. And I would say that Pokemon was probably 70%.
Okay. So 70% Pokemon is kind of low for a show like that. So I'm glad that I'm encouraged that you had 30% sports.
They had a funny tagline for it. It was from Mamba to Mewtwo or something like that, right? Like Kobe to like Pokemon was their tagline. It was it was a cool show. You expect the promoters to have like sleeve tattoos and things like that. It was fun. And I mean, man, these DJs are pumping music and, it's just, it's a new kind of show that's great for people that are coming into the hobby that can make it look kind of cool. It was very LA.
That's awesome. Well, good. And you took your son?
Yeah, I took my son. It's nothing that I would ever buy there, but I mean, they were so nice to kids. There's lots of dollar boxes. I always give him like $20 and he just like, all right, buy whatever you want. He like goes into dollar boxes and buys like, you know, a LeBron James card at one place and then a Pokemon card at another. And it's just super cute to watch him interact with dealers and try to negotiate. And they end up giving him free stuff like every time. I mean, he literally I think he spent $11, ended up getting like 6 packs, 2 t-shirts, you know, a stack of cards this big for $11 because everyone's just giving little kids things. It is it makes you feel good about the hobby.
Well, what I'm telling you, that really makes me think of something. The Nationals coming up. I can't wait for you to give me $20 to walk around and buy things at the show. Let's say hello to Carl from Oz. Is at a pub in Melbourne, Australia, watching the game. What is up, Carl? Welcome to the show. We got 00 cards guy, my guy Jesse. What's up, buddy? Confluence is here with us. Hello. Bill Betts, good evening to you. Yankees fan. We got Yankees fan. We got Jeff McMahon. Hello, Jeff McMahon. Sorry if I didn't put all these comments on the screen. Lonely Basement, what's going on? Chad Shipper, what's happening, buddy? Found Treasures. David Cooey is with us. We got Orlando from A Collector's Dream. There's Michael Stone. Hey, I remembered. What's up, Michael? Good to see you, buddy. Clay Phillips, good evening. Desert Shield Sniper is joining us from Hong Kong. What's up, Desert BW? Good evening to you. Rob Starr is here. Mike Double V says, live from Calgary, it's Saturday night. Laura, good evening. Laura, well, good to see you. Oh gosh, hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second. I have to go to a comment. Here it is. Ken Wood says, Jeremy, thank you for doing these shows. My mom passed away on Friday morning, guys. That's yesterday. And tonight's show is going to help me get past this rough time. Well, Ken Wood, sincere condolences from myself, from the Sports Cards Live family, the crew here. I see the chat wishing you condolences, and it's I don't know. It's weird to say that I'm happy to go live tonight to help you deal with this time, man. Sincere condolences. Not easy, but hopefully we can put some smiles and laughs on your face here tonight, and all the best to your whole family as you guys go through what you're going through. Lonely Basement, good evening to you. Chad Shipper found, okay, we did these. We did all those. Let me go to the ones we hadn't done yet. Ken Fickle, Foul Ball, good evening, Foul Ball. Ken Fickle, good evening to you. Ben, good evening to Ben Mala. E. Young is with us. Larry Gitlin, good evening, or should I say good late night? Absolutely. Jay Hawker, what's going on for the game? We got Jacob Dahl. We got On Card Sports as Sports Cards Live as Gem Mint 10. Hey, we'll take it. I just hope you can. I hope we are good enough for you to be able to grade consistently and give us a 10 every time. E105, what's going on? The Cardboard Corner, good evening to you as well. What else? Oh, okay. Yeah, lots of condolences, guys. Thank you for that. Let's everyone please send Ken some kind words here. That's not easy. And what an honor it is to have him here with us tonight for the show. Thanks everybody for doing that. That's very, very kind. All right. Well, David, there was a card that sold on eBay. It was on a Slab Sharks auction. I am a consignment director for Slab Sharks in Alberta, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan, 3 of the prairie provinces here in Canada, north of like Montana and North Dakota and whatever's in between those 2 states, if there is something at the northern border. I'm not sure. Is there anything between Montana and North Dakota on the north? At the north,
we don't pay attention to those states here in the United States.
You don't even know what's you don't even know what's up there, do you? No offense to our friends living in those states, please. No offense to any of them.
They don't have internet there, Jeremy. We're fine. Don't worry.
We're good. We're good.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So there was a card that sold, and I'll just show the card. I'll show the card and the price. Here's the card that sold. This is a 2004 Upper Deck Ultimate Collection, Gordie Howe and Wayne Gretzky dual patch auto, numbered out of 3 copies. It's number 2 of 3. You see two beautiful patches. The Red Wings Gordie Howe patch is 2 color. The Wayne Gretzky Oilers patch is 2 color with orange and blue. I can make the card a bit bigger. There you go. You can get a better look at the patches there. It's a 2 color. They're both 2 colors. The autographs look great. It's a beautiful card. It sells for $170,400 Canadian, which is about $120 USD. Big amount. So what I want to say was, when I saw this card, Slab Sharks announced this card was going live like a month before they listed it. They had a crazy collection of Gretzky autos, patches, multi-autos with other players, and they saved this one for I think the last week of this particular consignor's collection. When I saw it, I was like, my gosh, I want that card. That card is something I need in my collection. I started thinking about how could I whip up, I don't know, 30, 40, maybe 50,000 Canadian dollars. I was thinking to myself, on the outside chance of it being 60, I was like, do I have cards that I could sell to buy this card that I'd be okay with that transaction? And then I talked to the president of Slab Sharks. I said, what do you think that's going to go for? And he's like, I don't know, maybe 150. I'm like, what? No way. 150? Are you crazy? And he's like, well, I've talked to a couple people, and that's kind of the consensus, is that there's a few people that think it's going to go for that. I'm like, okay, I don't know about that. So I'm thinking to myself, can I take a stab at this for like a max of 60,000? And of course, it would have to be with card capital. I don't have 60 grand to put into a card like that. So anyway, the auction goes. And within, like, I bid early. I think I bid 20, 25K early on to get in there. And within like 2 days of it being live, it's over 60 grand. I'm like, okay. Maybe Karn from Slab Sharks was right. I'm out. I think it was at like, I don't know, $80,000 or $90,000 the day of, maybe hit 100 grand the morning of. And then I, like a dummy, I forgot about it at the ending time. I got distracted. And I was like, oh, someone texted, I forget who it was. Someone texted me. They go, did you see what the card sold for? I'm like, no, I totally forgot what it go for. They're like 170 or something. I'm like, come on. Anyway, listen, it's a great card. And if you look at the bid history here, and I'll show it to you guys, there's like how many people bid over 150 Canadian? We have this guy at 547, 256, 109. So 3 guys each bid over $150,000. That's strong. You have another couple guys over 100, several over 100. So the card had huge demand. It's an amazing card. And Slab Sharks has actually since come out and said that the buyer is a repeat customer, and they're working with them on payment plan or whatever that is. So it's going to be paid for. Which is just really cool. So I guess my point in all this is the biggest auto patch sale, I think, like dual auto patch sale in the history of hockey cards. It's the biggest sale in several different ways you can look at it. So I don't know. I mean, what does this say? Like it seems to me like some hockey cards are starting to knock on the doorstep of what some non-hockey cards sell for, whether it be basketball, baseball, or football. I mean, we're not getting into the $1 million NFL shields like we see Josh Allen's and Wemby sell for, but it's a pretty healthy sale here that I was, kind of nice to see. On the other hand, I can't go buy another copy of this. There's 3 out there. Images of all 3 have been shared recently. They've all been located and put in a slide together somewhere on Instagram. And it's pretty cool, but it's maybe the best hockey auto patch of all time. David, what are your initial thoughts on this, buddy?
I mean, I think it's a nice patch. I mean, for how these patches go, I'm not really able to tell the difference between a $30,000 and a $170,000 one of these. So if Gretzky was a king, this would go for way less, right?
I think so. If that was a LA Kings or a New York Rangers piece, it would definitely go for less. There is something very alluring to collectors to have him in the Oilers piece with an Oilers memorabilia, but especially a logo or a name patch or a number piece like we're seeing there. That is from one of those 3 patches on the jersey. I'm not sure which one, but it's the fact that it's 2 color. Now, if there was some white on that as well, I don't know that it would have sold for more, but the card would be that much more interesting. And if you take that Gordie Howe patch and you move it like a centimeter to the right, which is about 1/4 of an inch, whatever that is, you move that to the right a little bit, it would be even more interesting. But it is what it is. You can't go back and change it. So it's incredible though.
And sometimes I notice that the patches that just have one player on it go for more than 2 players. Now these 2 are tied together. If this was a larger Gretzky patch, that was a better patch, You think this would go for more money?
Without Gordie Howe?
Yeah.
Interesting question, because I own a card such as that. And I was thinking to myself after I saw this, I'm like, well, then, which is, I think, natural for some of us to do is, well, if this sold for that, what would my card be worth? And they're different cards. My card's completely different. The card I'm talking about is 5 years younger than this card. It's the exquisite RPA out of 25. So there's only 3 copies. There's 25, but it's a 3-color patch. It's a Gretzky only card. It's a bigger patch. It's a beautiful card as well. I don't know what that card would sell for right now. Would it sell for more than this? I'll tell you what, I wouldn't sell it for that. I would not let my Gretzky card go for that number there. I think it's eventually going to be worth more. Plus, it's one of 2 Gretzky cards I own that, like, I feel are so core to my collection that, like, listen, I'm not one of these guys that will say, they're not that they're no money buys my cards. Guys, I have a family. Like, if someone wants to offer me an obscene amount of money for any card in my collection, it's probably going to be able to be bought, but you'd have to pay me a lot. For example, on my new PC account on Instagram, Jaylee_cards, I've had a couple people reach out trying to buy those cards from me. It says very clearly in the bio, these are personal collection cards, not for sale. I think it says, like, most will stay with me and for the next 25 years kind of thing. Somebody reached out and they said, hey, could I buy your Hank Aaron card from you? I said, he said something like, he said, what amount of money, like any price, how much would it cost to buy your Hank Aaron card? Like, just give me any price. Cause he could tell, like, he's like, I assume you don't want to sell it. I said, well, yeah, you're not gonna be able to buy it, but if you want any price, now it's a PSA 6, the comps are recently like 10 to 12 grand. I said, okay, since I said, no, it's not for sale. I said, you won't buy it for what I want for it or what I would let it go for. But since you asked any price, $25,000 buys it. I'm basically saying, go away. It's not for sale. So he responds and he says, can I get a more reasonable price? I wrote back and said, no, you cannot. No, you cannot have a more reasonable price. I am not going to put a reasonable price on this card. So that, just one of those things, right? But
wait, Jeremy, can I hear your price on your Gretzky auto? What's the unreasonable price on that you would sell it for?
Well, yeah, it's a fun question, right? I'll show you the card just so you can see what we're talking about. And to anybody listening and not watching, it is a 2009 Upper Deck exquisite Gretzky rookie patch auto tribute. And, a bunch of people, I've posted it before, but it's this card right here. It's one of 25 copies. It has among the nicest autos and patches I've seen of the 25.
Wow.
It's the closest thing he'll ever have to an RPA, even though it came out like 30 years later. So it clearly isn't an RPA, but I'm on low battery mode right here. But yeah, it's to me, it's, he has a cup tribute that's in the design of the 0506 Cup, the inaugural year, but it's LA Kings. It's an amazing card, but it's LA Kings. This is Oilers, 3-patch, game used, all that. So I think this card would reasonably sell at auction right now for, well, based even with this sale, somewhere around 100 grand, maybe something like that. My price, I don't even know if I'd let it go for $250,000.
Oh, I love it.
I don't know if I would. I mean, I'd need a like a money order in hand sort of thing, and even then, I don't know that I would. Like,
did your price increase based on this sale?
I think maybe a little bit. I think I would have said maybe it would sell for 75. Now I'm going to say, maybe it's 100, but I think it's probably even more than that at auction. 500 grand buys the card. I'm not 500 grand. You can have the card. But I mean, listen, that's me saying, go away. It's not for sale. That's not me asking 500 grand for it. That's me saying, guys, not for sale. Like, you want it, I'll put a price on it, but you're going to laugh at me but I'm laughing at you because you can't have it. So
go find another.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Go find another one. Jeremy from California has joined us. What's going on, Jeremy? Thanks for sending Ken the nice message. Fargo, Collectors World Fargo says there's nothing between North Dakota and Montana. I didn't think so. Thank you for
that. We knew that.
We knew, we knew that. Josh says from 90s auctions, one of the three cards of this actually does have the Gordie Howe and the Wayne Gretzky patch swapped out upside down. Only one. The other two do not, especially this one. BW says raw. You'd be surprised how many cards are raw, guys. Like all my auto patches, except for the ones I bought that are in slab, are raw. Actually, I showed you my Gretzky. I have the Mario Lemieux from that set too. It came slabbed. I bought a slab. I cracked it. It's now raw because all my auto patches, except a couple still, so like 95% of them are raw. And that's just how I like them. I want them all like that. So the real Mike Petty. What's going on, buddy? Got a bill from the U.S. Postal Service today for a card he had delivered from Canada 2 weeks ago. They can sue me. Yeah, let them come after you. What's up, Kinger? Welcome to the show. Good to see you, buddy. Jacob Dahl says, so now how much jersey pieces do Upper Deck have left to make Gretzky game use? Well, apparently, I think that it did. Maybe they've acquired a new Gretzky jersey, but it won't be Oilers. It won't be Oilers. It would be like All-Star Game or something like that. So we'll have to see what happens with that. Yankees fan, appreciate that. Jeff Will says you could have told that idiot 10K and he would have wanted it lower for my Hank Aaron. Yeah, it's a very nice card for the grade and just a nice card overall in general. But okay, the other thing I want to show you on this Gretzky Howe card, guys, this one's okay. These sold just 2 days ago. Okay, this one sold for 170,000. I'm going to show you another Gretzky Gordie Howe dual patch auto that sold the same night. Look at this. Gretzky Howe dual patch auto sells for 13,000 Canadian dollars. This one did about 15 times that amount. Now, this is a very pretty card. You got reds, you got blues, you got the background colors, you got the orange, you got white, you got gold. Only 3 copies. There's 5 copies of this. The autograph, and I'm showing a 2006, the Cup scripted swatches duel of Gretzky and Howe, numbered out of 5. The patches are very plain. Gordie Howe signs blue on white. Wayne Gretzky signs black on gray. This is a monochrome card. Even Gordie Howe is in black and white. There's no color on this card. It's still a very cool card, but how do you explain or reconcile the difference between 13,000 for this one and 170,000 for this one? Is it just aesthetics? There's only 2 fewer copies of this than this. This card is 2 years younger. The dual Cup is 2 years younger than the dual ultimate here. So a few different things going on. And then just for some more context, guys, here's a triple auto. Those 2 guys plus Bobby Orr sold for 8,200. Beautiful card. O-Pee-Chee Premier. Nice, colorful card. Here's another one. $8,000. Plus you get an autograph of Bobby Orr. $8,000 for 3 autos of this. There's 35 copies though. This card out of 3, dual patch auto, $170,000. Here's a dual auto of the 2 of them, 5,300. Here's another of the 2 of them, 4,600, and here's another duel of the 2 of them, $4,300, 170,000 for this card.
You were thinking of this card and you were putting bids on there, and the other ones were not on your radar, right?
I wouldn't say they were. The 2 that were on my radar were this one and this one. I love these O-Pee-Chee Premier triples from the mid to late 00s. I think they're beautiful. And the autos, whoever owned this card, whoever this consigner was, did it right. He kept his cards out of the sun, out of the light. Those autographs are as bright and full as they were when they came out of the packs. So, I'm not a big autograph only collector. So I'm okay. I recently picked up a dual autograph of Orr and Howe for under 1,000. Maybe it was 1,000 at the expo. I picked it up for like $1,000. I have a few Gretzky autos. I don't need the 3 together. I'm okay, but it would have been good to add one of these for the right price, but I couldn't get it for a price I wanted. They went more expensive.
Totally. And this might be a stupid question, but is there any chance that the jersey on your card is the same as that double patch card? Could it be the same jersey?
Yeah, I would think it's actually highly likely that they're from the same jersey. I think Upper Deck had maybe one ever Oilers gamer, and I think that they made it last. And if you just look at the stitching, the material, it does look a lot like mine, the same sort of patch. I don't know for a fact, but I'm sure there's experts out there who would say that is the case. So what's going on in the basketball game? Just going to look at the score here. There are
it's getting closer.
It's closer. It looks like it's a 4-point lead for the Spurs with just over 6 minutes left. Michael Stone, those triples are on card. They are on card. Mickey Mintle wants a dual auto of Jalen Brunson and Jalen Brunson. I don't know if that's kind of I don't know if there's any irony in that, Mickey Mintle, because Upper Deck did and has made cards of certain players where those players have signed the cards twice. Sidney Crosby is, I think, most famous for it. He's done a couple that way, but that was because Crosby would not sign for the first 20 years of his career. He would not sign a card with any other player. I think in about 2010 or 11, Upper Deck got him to sign some cards, but he would only do them with Mario Lemieux. Since then, he's done a couple, I think 3 or 4 different cards with Connor McDavid, and I think he's even done maybe 1 or 2 with Yager. I'm not 100% certain on that, but I'm sure people could let us know. So yeah, interesting stuff.
Jeremy, are there ever like a Gretzky where it has 2 different team patches on the same card for the same player?
Yes. Okay. Well, great question, David Chase. Here, there in, I think it was 2000 and I forget what year it was, 1 or 2, Upper Deck did the Wayne Gretzky Master Collection. And in there, not only with more than one team, they have auto patches, and one just sold on Slab Sharks last week, I believe. They're out of 9. There's 2 versions, the Canadian and the US version. You get patches from the Oilers, the LA Kings, the New York Rangers, and All-Star. And there's actually, I'll show you okay. They're out of 9, and there's autos on some of them, and I forget what one just sold for, but it was, I forget exactly. Call it $60,000, $70,000 maybe in there. They also did a jersey autograph version. One just sold the other for $30,000, I think, the other night. And then I picked up not too long ago, I always wanted one, the simple jersey card. This is numbered out of 99. It happens to be 66 and 99, which is Mario Lemieux's number for fun. But you see he's in a Rangers uniform, but you've got Oilers, Kings, Rangers, and an all-star piece. So it's a quad jersey of Gretzky from that Master Collection.
I mean, you just pulled that out like it was nothing. You just are like, oh, here it is right here.
I bought it 2 weeks ago. I have some of my most recent just pickups that are sitting on my desk that I'm not ready to yet put into their boxes. I still like flipping through them, and that's one of my most recent delivered card. Now, we have a guest, Steve, coming on. Steve, I don't know if you can hear me right now, but I'm seeing that I can't bring you on the stage. I see you there, but it says you will need to connect your mic or cam before I can add you to the show. So, Steve, if you could please hook yourself up so we can get you in on the show. Otherwise, we're going to have a quick show tonight, guys. We're going to have to call in the backup soon. If Steve doesn't get his connection figured out, I'm not sure if he can see or hear me right now. Oh, there's my buddy Mo says that. So the 32,000 Canadian that Mo is shouting out, that is for the jersey auto. So you take the card I have that I just showed you, you add, I think I paid $900 for it. You add an autograph to that, $30,000. Now I can go buy a Wayne Gretzky auto for under $1,000. I can buy a Gretzky jersey card for well under $1,000. Sometimes under $100. You can buy some for $100. Put those together, you have you can't, but it's like I could have a jersey card here, an auto card here, total outlay. You could get them for under $500. You could probably do that. But as soon as you want to put them together, and it comes from Master Collection, which is a very reputable brand, you're $32,000, like Mo says. Yeah, man, cards says here. Eric, those back pages, where are the Blues patches? Eric, I don't know if Upper Deck ever had a Gretzky Blues patch. Let's keep in mind, too, he only played 30 games for them. So just hard to tell how many. I see you now, Steve. I'll bring you up in just a minute. Hard to tell how many, how many jerseys he even used. Never mind if Upper Deck could get one. So, yeah. But here, E. Young says, nothing is nicer than a chunky patch with stitching. I could not agree more. Love it. Brian says the Spurs could be in the middle of another choke. Let's just get a quick update here. Ooh, 3-point lead with 5 minutes left. At this point, I'm picking the Knicks to win tonight. That's just the way the Spurs seem to go. They seem to peter out towards the end of the game here. So that might be what is happening. Kinger says, Jeremy, may I very, very kindly ask, but do you really want a dual auto patch shared with Gretzky? I think I would almost rather have a Gretzky-Crosby duel if I had to choose, similar to Jordan. Kinger, honestly, no. I think Gretzky-Howe makes the most sense. Gretzky-Lemieux maybe makes the second most sense for me. I think both of those make more sense than Gretzky-Crosby. I would love a Gretzky-Crosby. I own a Gretzky-Messier. Makes sense. They both played for the Rangers. So I appreciate the question, Kinger. But I love dual patch autos. I have a collection of them. I have a collection like this thick of dual patch autos, and I love them a lot. But they have to make sense to me. If they don't make sense, like if Upper Deck is just putting on two guys who both wore number 20, but one guy was a goalie in the Eastern Conference from Scandinavia, another guy was a defenseman from the Western Conference from Canada to the States, like it doesn't make sense. They're just putting them together because they wore the same jersey number. Not good enough for me. Not good enough for me. I have to have a reason. Go ahead, David.
And you weren't, you almost just spent a lot of money on that card that ended up going for much higher. You weren't in on that Gretzky multi-team card because that sounds really cool. Why?
Not the one of 32 grand. I wouldn't spend that kind of money on a jersey auto. A patch auto I would, not a jersey auto. All right, I'm going to go through the comments and we're going to bring Steve on. Jeremy from California says, Steve has stage fright. I would too. Jay Lee and Mr. Chase. Josh says nobody wants blues. Sorry, Eric. Mike Ham calls out Jordan Gretzky, Tiger Woods. Absolutely, Ham. And how are you, Ham? Always good to see you, buddy. Okay. David, we're going to bring out Steve Pocklington. Diamond card collector. He goes by Pock. We're going to bring him out. I'm glad you think so, Kinger. Thank you very much. Steve, give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us. All right, he is. Guys, please welcome Steve to the show. Steve, welcome. How are you, buddy?
Great. How are you doing?
Doing good. David, please welcome him.
Welcome, Steve. Welcome to the show. Good to see you, sir.
How you doing, David? Jeremy, thanks for the invite.
Oh, you bet. It's good to have you on. So let's talk about that invite. Let's talk about the invite. Steve, I am familiar with your story. You have a story that is it's got drama, it's got crime, it's got intrigue, it's got mystery, and it's not over yet. You were, for all intents and purposes, scammed out of close to $500,000 on the purchase of a major Tom Brady card. You are a major Tom Brady collector. You went through it. You then were bothered. You were questioning your place in the hobby, and you went off of Instagram for a while. And that's when you made a post a couple days ago, earlier this past week. It was that post that made me think, man, I got to get in touch with this guy. You basically said, I'm back after a couple months off and I have a new mindset, a new approach, a new lease on the hobby. And the word that really resonated with me there, Steve, was mindset, because mindset's a big part of the way I like to talk about the hobby, create content around it, even built the Hobby Spectrum platform around the concept of mindsets in the hobby. So it was that word that really stuck with me. And I'm like, let's talk about what goes on. How does somebody come back from an experience like that and re-embrace the hobby? So let's just launch off from there and tell us about what happened. Like, were you really scammed out of $500,000? What is the story there? Tell it.
Definitely. So back, I guess it's been over a year now, and a gentleman that not a gentleman, a guy who I purchased quite a few Brady cards from in the past from. I mean, we did close to 7 figures in business prior to this incident. So I had built trust, and before that I had people from auction houses giving the thumbs up, this guy's good. I had people in the hobby doing the same thing. He was in my the groups I was in, so I didn't I never thought anything of it. He knew my want list, I guess you could say, and started asking questions, and one day he basically said, I can get you the I know where the 2012 Tom Brady black finite is. And if it obviously I couldn't contain myself, and that was honestly where I went wrong first, because I shut down the my rational thinking and the process that I would normally go through for a card, or for especially of that magnitude. I mean, I sold some really big cards to get this, because at the time some other enormous Tom Brady cards became available, the 2014 flawless patch auto, and then this at the same time. So for me, I chose at the time to sell the 2018 Tom Brady green kaboom, actually, which is now
Oof.
yeah. And so I sold that in order to, make this transaction, along with a bunch of other Brady rookies at the time that I'd really like to have back right now. Let me just
Yeah.
say that. I wired so I actually had one of the funding gentlemen helping me out. He was doing sending a partial. I was sending a partial. It was obviously a big. It was the price was 650,000 that we agreed on, and somewhere along the way, the wharf accidentally we sent $100,000. This guy just kept like changing up the payment process a million times. So we sent it. We had to cancel it. Long story short, this $100,000 at the is part of the 477. I know I'm bouncing around here.
That's okay. Take your time.
But I went to the bank. I made my wires. Worf sent his. He was supposed to go and ship this package. Mind you, I got a picture of the card, which later looking at it, I feel like an imbecile. When you looked closer, it was just like the obvious. It was obviously AI. Especially when Spino immediately pointed out a few things, and I was just like, I'm usually somebody who can capture like that small detail, but I had shut down the thought process on it, or the rational thinking. Spent all this money, hey, the last part you can get it when you arrive. That's what we had agreed on. And again, I had accidentally sent an extra 100 because it was only supposed to be around half at first. So
hold on, stop right there for a sec, Steve. Let's just take a break for a moment here.
Go ahead.
There's people listening saying, how do you accidentally send $100,000? Which is fine. But listen, it ties into what you were saying before. You shut down, not that you shut it down, but the rational part of your brain shut down. Let's dive into that a little bit. What was it that shut it down? Was it the opportunity to acquire a card that you thought was maybe never going to be found? Maybe it's buried away for life. Is this a card that you had at the top of the Tom Brady mountain? This was the number one card you wanted out of anything, and the chance to get it just overwhelmed your rational brain. And it's not like because you're no dummy, right? Like it's almost like you were hypnotized, I feel like, and you had no way to be rational and to cross your T's and dot your I's. And so what's that phenomenon like, especially at the magnitude of agreeing to purchase a card for $650,000? Like, did you remember to feed your kids that day? Did you remember, how, tell us a bit about the psychological activity in your brain going on when you're going through this, planning this transaction and thinking it through.
Definitely. I mean, I will say it happened obviously pretty quick, and yes, exactly what you said. And I've had cards taken out from under me many and many a times. And so it was that paranoia. And to be honest with you, I was like, I'm not letting this card slide no matter what. I don't want to ask anybody. because of, again, I have been, this is just the biggest time I've been ripped off. This isn't the only time I've been ripped off, sadly, which is why, again, I work with specific people now and to kind of middleman or meet myself. But yeah, going back to that, how I accidentally sent $100,000 was the guy directed us in a way to send it, and then said that this specific account wasn't active and asked us to reverse it. So we reversed it, and then a week later it re-reversed. I don't understand it. But ultimately the funds were taken out immediately, supposedly, is what we were being told.
Okay.
But and then the other 300 was part of the deal. Bruce had shipped the card.
Who's Bruce? Is Bruce from the Wharf? Is Bruce? And I know
Bruce Feldman is the one who scammed me.
There were a couple of comments here. 90s auctions. What is the scammer's name? Just so others don't get taken by this scumbag. And Chris C says, yeah, we need name if possible. So you're willing to share that here? Yeah. I don't know. That this is, Coach Neil says, name him. Guys, I'll say one thing, even like name him. I appreciate it, Coach Neil, but that's totally up to Steve. He doesn't have to if he doesn't want to. There, and you guys don't know if we don't know how dangerous this guy might be. We don't know if there's any legal issues going on. So I don't really think we should say name him, but I think Steve's going to anyway, or he already has. So let's make sure you're as clear as you want to be. Is there anything like go ahead and just continue.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I apologize. It's still an emotional topic, even though I've kind of, again, sure. Like I've said, I've moved forward. And right now it's just a slow battle, and that's just it's I can't tell you how angry so yeah, Bruce Feldman was his name. He's on Instagram. He's still active. That's was part of my frustration for a long time too. I still have people contact me defending this guy, and it's like I obviously got scammed. He sent me an AI card. He lied to me for multiple days about shipping this package. Then when he finally shipped it, he set up this whole thing to make it look like FedEx. Somebody at FedEx cut the box open and took the card. And then there's so much evidence other than that leading against him. I'm not gonna totally get into all this stuff, but it's absolutely 100% this guy used AI, took this money, sent me nothing through the mail, said that he had insurance on it, lied about all that crap, gave me some fake FedEx insurance number, just
okay. So I don't want you to go through the whole emotions any more than you need to.
Sorry.
No, no, take a breath. Seriously, this can't be easy. And David, I'm sure you have a question too. We'll let you get one out in a moment here. But how, like you said, it's still emotional for you, but you're back in the hobby and you're re-embracing the hobby. Tell us about your mindset about the hobby today. If you can compartmentalize that whole transaction that went so badly for you, how are you back in the hobby now? Like, I don't know, a lot of people would just be done. They would, and who knows where, it seems like you're resilient. You're obviously shaken, but you're also, I feel like you might be a glass half full kind of guy. Can you just speak to that and how your mindset is in the hobby right now?
Definitely. I love sports cards. I always have. This is my escape, and it's through a lot of personal stuff that everybody has personal battles, but I just I'm not gonna let somebody take away what my happiness, what the collection I've built that I love. My family even was very against me leaving permanently. I don't know if I've ever besides emotionally speaking it out oh, I'm done with this, ever really wanted to completely leave. Again, I kind of pride on the personal collection I've built. Just I think that's what most collectors do. And moving past, it's just doing things different, enjoying the hobby in different ways. I still love the best card, don't get me wrong, and it is a problem, but I'm not willing to cut those corners, and I'm not willing, no matter who it is. I'm going to use I'm going to meet in person in an area that's safe. I'm going to use a company like Acquire or the Wharf or somebody like that. Go through the auction houses. I'm not willing to take the risks anymore.
Yeah. No, I certainly don't blame you at all for that at this point. Absolutely. David Chase, do you have any, I mean, yeah, go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
let me
David.
ask a couple questions. Thank you, Jeremy. And I am so sorry that you're going through this, Steve. Like, by the way, these questions that I'm about to ask you, nothing is blaming you as a victim in any way.
Mm.
And I also like really think that this is really brave of you. And it actually is a warning to a lot of people that I think you're going to be helping a lot of people from getting scammed also. So this is like a really good deed for you to be doing this.
Definitely.
But like a couple of questions that are just on my mind as you're talking about this. Was this the most you've ever paid for a single card before?
Ironically, the flawless was going to be the most. They're very, very close. So yes, that was the first and second most I've ever paid for a card.
And with this person that you're buying from, like, well, I know you said you've done multiple deals before with this individual, correct?
Correct.
And what was the highest dollar amount of a card that you ended up buying from him before this?
400,000.
So it was a significant amount, right? So I can see
was.
how you let your guard
Mhm.
down on that.
Mhm.
When it's such a large dollar amount to be paying for it online, do you have, and I know you can always second guess it now, so I'm not trying to have you do that, but
Yeah,
did
of
you
course.
think about flying out to make the transaction in person with a card like that?
Oh, 100%. At the time, I have a medically complex children, so it was really hard to sometimes find the babysitting or the time to be able to just drop what we're doing. It's this guy. So we were going to actually have him drop it off at high end sports sprint cards. Sean, if you know him, and he got really weird about that, and now we know why. Sean's thanking his lucky stars he wasn't involved in
Yeah,
that and
yeah.
receiving an empty box. But yeah, so I was trying other avenues, and Bruce had claimed that this guy was being really weird, but ultimately, before I did send one deposit, and then before I sent another one, he claimed that he had possession of the card. So I had sent $100,000, and then so there's a long timeline of, hey, I'm driving to get it, and that's when he sent me the AI photo. I have
Got
possession
it.
of the card. I'm putting it here. Once it's sent, he said I can send it. It'll be on its way, and um,
Yeah, so you tried your best. I totally get that. And when now that this has happened and you know who the person is and you probably know where he lives because he sent the package, do you have the police involved in this?
yes, yes. He lives in Mexico, unfortunately, and I don't know how much personal stuff about him I can say, but I've had investigations and stuff like that.
Yeah, I hope
He,
so.
he he has a lot of people that he owes money to. We'll just say that. So I
How much have
probably
you
wouldn't be the first one that that money would go to if they were to get a hold of one of his assets or accounts.
how much have you spent trying to recover this? I mean, you're out the cost, but have you had to invest more money into legal fees and
Yeah,
that kind of thing?
it's about. I mean, I'm up to about 15,000, something like that now. I mean,
And are you gonna
yeah,
are you planning to keep going?
I can't let I can't just lay down on $500,000.
No.
478,000 to be exact. It was some
Okay.
weird number.
I find myself wanting to make you feel better. So here's a little attempt at that. And I'm watching cards selling right now on various platforms. cards that I have sold in the past, a card that I sold for a card I sold for $15,000 is now selling for $50,000. We're okay. So what, I just knocked 35 grand. I'm 8% of the way there, you know, but there's that famous case, Gerald, Windy City Sports Cards, sold the dual logo man for, I forget what he got for, 150 grand, whatever year. Now it sells for $13 million. Right. I'm sure you're familiar with that. So like there's all sorts of stories like that. Now listen, I am not trying to minimize your financial loss you've taken here. But you know, maybe in this case, you can kind of think of it in the context of, you know, yeah, you're out the money, but everyone's out. Like if you have sold a card in this hobby in the past 20 years or any time in the past, you left money on the table. Psychologically, that's a lot easier to fathom than like sending a wire out and getting nothing in return. But the hobby is filled with missed opportunities, mistakes, regrets, and even for the regrets of not buying a card that you could have bought for $1,000, now it's $50,000. All those sorts of things, we've all gone through them, and maybe you can somehow try to take some comfort in knowing that, number one, you're not alone. You're not the only one who's been ripped off. You're not the only one who's lost money, either directly or indirectly. You know, do you take any comfort in any of those things? You can say no.
A little bit, yeah. But no, no. I'm pretty disgusted by it. And again, I'm disgusted with myself. So I understand the questions that some people ask, you know, like how do you accidentally do that? You know, how do you get yourself in this position? I understand it. I kick myself in my own ass. So like, I don't, you know what I mean? It's, plus that, I mean, and if that card actually, that card would be worth $5 million plus, I think, at this point, you know.
But that's where you can't go. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't go there. Or the cards I've sold to get it. Like I said, the kabooms. So it was more than a $500,000 loss, is what a lot of people, you know, the loss of big PC items.
Not our business, Steve. David, you're not our business, but if you want to answer this, like, you have a family, I think you have 3 children, 4, you have 4 children. Like, is this financial ruin for you, or are you okay?
We're okay. Yeah, we're okay.
It's good to know. I mean,
yeah, no, I appreciate that. No, it was again, like you were saying earlier, I use at this point I try to use other cards to buy new cards. So I have a lot already invested in it. So, you know, I was prepared to make one purchase at the time. And when the other card came up, that's when I had to sell a few. So no, I still have a collection I'm very happy with and proud of, and you know, but yes, that stings, and at this point, like, the least I can do is try to at least talk about it, maybe convince somebody else to do a little bit more research before they just send money. You know, use the options that we have available in this, you know, in our hobby right now. There's a lot of options.
I think the lessons are important. David got to that a few minutes ago, like the lessons that you can share with people. Let's go to a few comments from the chat, because we do have some happening in here. So Planet Metal says, I think he means the hobby, we just pretend it never happened, along with a lot of other past scandals. Remember the fake card auto scandal, hundreds of them. That story disappeared after 1 month. The one thing about this comment, thank you for the comment, Planet Metal, is that a lot of these, I hear comments like this saying that, oh, we forget, these things disappear. They don't completely disappear. There are still people they're just maybe not all over podcasts and YouTube anymore. doesn't mean that they're completely forgotten, because I haven't forgotten about the fake auto scandal. I just heard somebody talking about that on a podcast not too long ago. The hobby doesn't forget. Well, some things are forgotten for sure, but I don't really think the hobby really forgets them. It's just not top line headline news anymore, and the updates aren't as fast and as frequent. Look, the Knicks are going to win the game if they haven't won already. Okay, the Knicks won. Congratulations to the Knicks and all their fans.
Wow.
You're gonna see this for the next 3 days, and guess what, guys? After that, we're on to the next season. So that's just the way news works. It's not about the hobby forgetting. It's the way news works. Next comment. Chris C says, Steve is brave for coming forward, and many people would have never done what he has done. The scammers need to face serious jail time in order to be more of a deterrent. Absolutely. Coach Neal says, sorry to hear. What a scumbag. The guy who ripped you off, whose name you said is Bruce. Chris C says, kudos for Steve for remaining in the hobby. Many would have quit. Couldn't agree more. BW says, temporary blindness. Thieves must study this. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like he had you lined up as a mark from the beginning, which so crappy. Yankees fan Steve, so sorry you went through this. Thanks for sharing it with us. Chris C, thank you for the super chat. Chris says, Steve, you are helping people by telling your story. I've been scammed once before, but like you, I decided not to let one scammer ruin decades of fun. And that's where I want to say to both you, Chris, you, Steve, like all the power to you. You know, don't let somebody rob you of your life, hobby, enjoyment. What was I listening to? Somebody today I was listening said, it's not a hobby anymore. It's an industry. It's business. I forget who said it, but the hobby, listen, you can be in this, the hobby is a term of convenience. You can be in the hobby. You can be making money in the hobby. You can have a job in the hobby, but you can still be collecting. And it can be a hobby, even if you're in the industry, even if you're in it to buy and sell, it can also have the hobby element. If you're a purist, like on the hobby spectrum, maybe all you do is hobby. You have no other business interest in the hobby. You don't make content. Maybe you don't even take a dime from YouTube for anything. Like you're just doing. My point is that I'm glad you're not letting anyone take the hobby from you, even though the hobby is somewhat of and when you're dealing with hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's hard to call that a hobby, really, just a hobby because a hobby is something that a lot of people think you spend money, as I talked about last Saturday, straight to the income statement, right? It's gone. You never think about it again. But when you're talking about $500,000, $100,000, $50,000, even $5,000, whatever it is, it's not always just a hobby. Josh says, I hope this guy is brought to justice and you are made whole. Josh is a lawyer who might be able to help you do that. And Mookie Chilson says, oh my God, this is surreal. There's a bunch more comments that I'm going to just sort of run through here quickly. Gold Hour lets us know the game is over. The Knicks are NBA champions. It's going to be a long night in New York for sure. Orange and blue skies. Spike Lee will never be quiet. Now, Jeremy from California says, thank you, Steve, for sharing your story. And I think, Steve, honestly, good on you, buddy. And thank you for coming on the show tonight to talk about it. There's two real things I want to gain from you being here. One is I want the audience to get the lessons I want the audience to get the lesson of all this, of it all. I just want people to understand that it's going on. Protect yourselves out there. I mean, just protect yourselves. That's just super. And then I want them to see your resilience. I want them to see your bounce back. I want them to, even though you're clearly emotional, you're clearly not over this. I would never get over it, to be honest, Steve.
Yeah.
You know, and you might never, but you have to live. You have to learn to live with it. It's similar. It's not similar, but I always think about, people like our loved ones die. Okay. Happens all the time around the world, obviously. And I've heard people talking about how they cope with loss and grief. And something that really sticks with me is they say, you never get over it. You never get over the loss of a child. You never get over the loss of a spouse. You never get over the loss of a parent. I'm sure there's exceptions to all that, but we never get over these things. You don't move on with your life. You learn to live with it. How could you move on from the loss of a child? How can you move on from the loss of a parent, the loss of a sibling, a spouse? You don't move on. you learn to live with it. And I think that's where you are at right now. You are learning to live with it. You are coping. You are bouncing back. You've reset your mindset. I love this about you, Steve. I think this is phenomenal. I think you are, if you come away from tonight with anything, I hope it's that you have helped people, honestly, not only from the lessons, but from showing the resilience and the mindset. Does that make sense to you, Steve?
Definitely. I appreciate it.
How about you, David? What do you think? Because it's not just, I want you to weigh in on that.
Yeah, I mean, I've lost a parent, and you're right, and I think this could be literally a similar situation to that. And I'll just let you know that I'm hoping for you that the pain will at least dull over time. That's the best way to kind of say it. And with us trying to help other people in this, now that you're back into buying cards, what is it that you can do to protect yourself now when you're now moving forward with buying a big card? What's the things that we need to look out for that you've learned?
Use the middleman, right? I think that you were saying.
Yeah. I mean, that's the biggest thing. In person, middleman, a business, auction houses. I would say people, but I met that guy a couple of times. He may not have been my cup of tea in person either, but before that, but he was honest with his business prior to that event. So I, like you said, you marked me from a while ago or whatever the intention was, if it was back then or came to, I don't know. But, I say like the personal stuff that we had going on in our lives, honestly, prepared me for that. Some of the stuff that we had gone on as a family, it sounds crazy, but $500,000 is nothing to, medical stuff with your children or stuff like that. So that kind of, I was able to brush that off a little easy, which sounds great, that you're able to brush it, but that's nothing compared to that kind of stuff. So, I don't know.
So what you're saying is when you're making a big transaction like this, you need to either meet them in person, use a middleman, use an auction house. It could be too good to be true if it's just a regular person that has a deal. Is that the main parts that we're getting at to try
absolutely
not to get scammed? Okay.
Absolutely. Photos. You can't trust a photo nowadays. AI is pretty crazy. Anybody can. I was just playing around trying to, to see what the 2006 Topps Chrome Tom Brady Superfractor would look like, and I put a refractor in there, and it was pretty sick. I put an example of a 2006 Superfractor in there, and it was disgusting how I was like, my God, it's that easy. So it's
nauseating.
Don't believe in photos. Don't. I've been ripped off prior to that when I was first getting into high end back in 2019 or something. I was ripped off on a card that wasn't graded, so I wasn't able to. I didn't know the card. I wasn't too familiar with it, and after the deal was done, I started doing more research when it was in my hand. So, like I said, this wasn't the first time I've been screwed. I could definitely write a list, but
one thing that I would recommend is for people listening, if you're dealing with a big card remotely, the middleman, of course, but even before the middleman, do a video call, do a Zoom call, make sure the person can show you the card in their hand. If they don't have the card in their hand on that Zoom call, no deal. Just stop right there, because especially at those amounts. I'm going to read through just quickly a couple more comments, and then we're going to bring Joe on. Joe's going to join us, and we'll go from there. But Jeremy from California says, I'm spending money in the hobby like I'm a YouTube superstar. So he's basically hasn't bought a card in months. Chris C says, animals, I don't get over. Their family too. Yeah, I neglected to say animals when I went through the tough losses we have in life. Mike Double V says, you never move past it. You move forward with the grief. Absolutely. Jeff Will says, energy works in this world. So I'm guessing Brady will hear your story, and who knows? Wise World says, Dino Lacobo, Fresh Prince, what's on? Good to see you, Steve. Welcome to the show. Stukes says he's good evening, was at the Red River Club card show in Fargo today. BW says, never let them see how badly you want a thing. Yeah. And Mike Petty says, always look out for number 1, but don't step in number 2. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, Joe has stepped away from his camera, so we're not going to bring him on yet. We'll wait for the next break. Oh, there, Joe, are you ready to join us, or you need a few minutes still? I'm bringing you on. There he is. Welcome, Joe. How are you? You good?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you guys doing tonight?
Doing fine. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the show. Have you been following this conversation so far?
I was mostly watching the game until about 5 minutes ago, so I caught the last little bit. But
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're not going to go through the whole story again. Instead, what we will do is, I think let's move on. Okay, Steve, are you okay? Is there anything else you want to mention about the whole incident? Do you want to like just make sure people heard the name of people they need to watch out for in the space? Anything else you'd like to do before we move on and get into some other topics?
Just when he sees this, just know justice is coming, man. I'm not gonna stop. So yeah, and yes, like you said, Bruce Feldman, be careful, watch out if you're listening to everything that we've been suggesting this whole time. And I appreciate you and Adam at first giving me an opportunity to tell a story, and you giving me an opportunity to follow up on it and allow hopefully somebody to not have to not have to experience a loss, because it does. You don't want it to affect something that's supposed to be a break, something that's supposed to be fun. And
it's it's ruthless. It's disgusting that somebody would extract that kind of money from a fellow human. I know it happens all the time, but a fellow human through our hobby, almost especially anyway, but even like through our hobby, to do that, this kind of crime could financially ruin somebody. It could lead people to doing crazy things. It could impact how you treat your family. It could impact your mood around your young children. All these things. It's so not cool. It's filth. It's filth. It's disgusting. It's scum. It's listen, I don't know this guy, but from what I can tell, your explanation of him, you've defined a complete scumbag, scum of the earth. Joe, what's the smallest little thing in the ocean called? What's that? The plankton. The people who do this are plankton. I remember that from, I know SpongeBob has a plankton. It's scum, filth. It's plankton. This person is a waste of space, energy, atoms, cells, water. His water could be going. The water he's consuming is better elsewhere. So listen, I'm getting a little carried away. I'm getting pissed off right now because it's so it's just so insulting, and
he's just that kind of human being. He's got kids that he's not even paying for. So
I think I would like you to I'd like you to rethink your words there, Steve. You called him human. I mean, unfortunately, there are humans that do this kind of thing, but to me, that's subhuman. It's subhuman behavior to take advantage of somebody like that. It's just horrible. Stukes calls him a scum-sucking bottom feeder. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, all right. David, you good on the topic?
I'm good. And
Steve,
I just
are you good? Are you
Steve?
Good.
You're very brave, Steve. Thank you for sharing this story.
I appreciate it.
All right, Steve, we have other topics with you. Joe,
Yes,
Joe, give us the update. You're the one who watched that fourth quarter here between the three of us. What happened? What are your thoughts on the Knicks winning their first championship in decades and decades?
Well, it was pretty exciting. They kind of brought it in. The first half they were down somewhat significantly, and then they just brought it home. The Spurs showed their youth, missing shots down the line. They'll be back, I have a feeling, but this is the Knicks time, and congratulations to all Knicks fans everywhere. It's pretty exciting. New York's partying like crazy right now, and they're presenting the trophy. If you see me glancing over, I'm just checking out the podium. A lot of hoopla, and anybody that appreciates the history of basketball will understand why the Knicks winning a championship is a big deal. So congratulations.
Absolutely. Congratulate. Keep it cool there in New York City. Keep it cool, please. Right? Oh, yeah. Jeff Will says free TVs in New York. So that tells me, I don't know if he's joking or if there are already riots going on. I hope not. No one needs to get hurt in a moment of celebration right now. Fresh Prince Steve says Brunson was unbelievable and Spurs definitely showed their youth and experience. They'll be back though. Solid core on all rookie contracts. Yeah. David Cooey says, I'll never eat Mexican food again. I think because you said that Bruce, you said his name is in Mexico. So he's never eating Mexican food again. Okay. Social media paranoia, Steve. That's what I had in my notes from our conversation on another topic. Can you sort of present what the context of that note I have is, and what this topic is in your mind?
I guess it was the taking things too serious or people's comments and so social media. I think what the topic we were talking about was bouncing off of somebody coming after somebody coming after what they know you want, specifically because you want it, not because they want it too, but they have an ulterior agenda. There's a couple points on the social media paranoia I had, but
you did share with me that this was funny, guys. So Steve told me the story the other day that somebody on Instagram reached out to him, DM'd him, and basically said, "Do you want to tell the story?"
Steve? Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I'll serve it up to you. Guy messages Steve and says, and you don't know this guy, you never DM'd with him before. He reaches out to you unsolicited and says, "Hey, you have no theme on your Instagram page."
That's what it was. Yep.
No theme. Like who?
Oh, and I'm ingenuous by taking a break, coming back, disingenuous. It was just a list of things that this guy was going on, and I'm just like, man, I haven't tried to sell a card since I've been back. I'm literally just posting cards that I like. I what are you talking about? And I was started to feed into it, and then I was like, these are people I'm just gonna not talk to and block. Why am I wasting my energy with this? And that's been part of the mindset that we were talking about at the beginning, Jeremy. That I turned to my wife and I was like, man, I started to feed into some Instagram nonsense, and it's like I'm not even gonna respond to this clown because it's not true. I don't care anymore.
Right. It's so important to protect your hobby experience when it comes to social media. And some bozo reaches out to you unsolicited and accuses you of your lack of or how genuine you are, or tells you that your IG page lacks a theme. Maybe that is your theme. Maybe your theme is that you collect everything and anything and everything. Maybe that is the theme. Who is someone to come into your house and tell you that you don't have a theme? Mm-hmm. Get out of my house. Just get out of my life. You are useless to me. Not that you have to be useful to me. So it's maybe not that you're useless to me, but you are providing me nothing healthy. You are neither neutral nor positive of an influence in my life. Hence, block, gone, bye-bye. Don't let the door hit you on your way out, sort of thing. I don't know. It's interesting, and you're a collector. Your story has been out there a little bit on Instagram. And as you mentioned, Adam Gray did a podcast with you telling the story several months ago. Shout out my longtime hobby collaborator, content collaborator, Adam Gray, the Real 27 guy. You're just trying to hobby,
Yeah.
So
and he gave me some lip for some of the post, putting some AI post on there is what and I admitted I did on one of them. I was like, this is a card I was just putting up and I wanted to put a little information up there, and yes, I did. Please forgive me for putting a couple facts about the card that I because I have 100 different cards of this same person and didn't want to, put the same shit out, stuff out there. Excuse my language, but
No worries.
it was just like, why am I explaining myself to this guy? I thought it was about the cards, not you're reading and going through my doing a spell check, and he wasn't the only one. I had another guy that was like almost angry about it, and I was just,
Yeah. Well, here, Jim Define says, protect your peace always. Yeah. Great advice there. Joe, listen, you've been by my side in this hobby content, sports cars live journey almost since it started. So you and I have talked a lot, and you've been a shoulder for me to lean on, a soundboard for me over the years. As I've experienced what do we call them again? People who come in, trolls. Thank you. I've experienced trolls. See, I pay them so little attention nowadays, unless they come in the chat, and then I quickly say my piece and get rid of them. But I forget the word because they don't exist to me. They literally don't exist to me. And I think and it's not just me. There's other. I mean, who is almost the king of not letting the trolls get to them?
Who?
Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson has more trolls than anybody does.
Yeah.
Sometimes he does strike back the odd time, so he's not perfect. I once saw him I remember I saw him at the second ever West Coast Card Show, and we were just chatting as we were walking in the same direction, and I said something like, Jeff, I don't know how you do it. Like, how do you deal with all the trolling that comes your way? He's like, you know what? You just put it out of your mind. You just continue working on what you're working on. I forget it. I'm paraphrasing. This is several years ago now. But that was the spirit of what he was saying. And I respected him for that answer, because a lot of people would just quit and go away, don't want to deal with it. But back to you, Joe. I mean, you've been along. You've seen me go through a little bit of troll activity over the years. You see other content creators go through it. What are your general thoughts? Let's go to the voice of reason, guys. That's Joe Poirot. What's your general theory and position on trolls in hobby content and going after not even hobby content, just hobby social media, but then somebody busting into Steve's DMs here and telling him he doesn't have a theme and that he's being disingenuous? Like what would you do if someone came at you that way, Joe?
Well, there's a lot there. I don't know the specifics of that incident that's being referenced, but I think you're going to just have to guard your peace, maybe not engage. I think you and I have talked, Jeremy, about how especially when you develop some degree of fame, which you have, people can be jealous. And so that's something to keep in mind, is that people might be responding to the perception that, you've gained something that they find interesting or compelling, and they want to take you down a peg. So in some ways you could look at it as a compliment. I'm not sure if that's what would have happened in Steve's situation, but, as dean of students for many years and deal with a lot of kids who experience bullying, who have, social aggressions and or microaggressions. And, you try to always emphasize that it's more about the other person and maybe some unmet need that they're going through, and that the best thing you can do, the strength that you can exude, the strongest thing you can do is to hold your own. Silence is okay, and being true to yourself. And if you do need to speak up, try to be composed in whatever it is. If you're writing something in the land of social media, if you're speaking out on a YouTube moment, Jeremy, sometimes I say, Jeremy, you're running a little hot there. Like I understood why. So I'm kind of, I guess if I'm the voice of reason, I'm also the voice of just taking a deep breath and keeping it all in perspective before you respond, because in some way that's what they want. They want your response. So not giving it to them, you're kind of winning the battle.
Yeah, well said. Well said, David. What about you? I mean, it's funny. Joe said, you once you get a little bit of fame, which you have, he was speaking to me from sports cards, being here for 6 years doing content, I call it like, it's more like, it's not fame, it's hobby fame, which is like, I don't know, G level fame, or maybe it's even like Y or Z level fame. I don't know. But let's talk to, let's ask David, because David Chase is kind of, not famous for, but Dave likes to throw out the term, all you YouTube superstars, you throw it out there a lot, and it's fun. But it's good. It's humorous and it's fun. But what do you think about all this troll talk? And again, and not just Steve, but anybody. If anybody jumps into your DMs and it's like, people, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Like, is that not a thing for all these people's parents? I don't know.
I know, right? Joe said it well. I've gotten hate, all right, and it affected me. And it's so funny because you can get so many nice things that come to you, and just that one or two negative things, it's the only thing you concentrate on, and it's really unhealthy to think that way. Right.
Yeah. And David, you've had some recent, like you came out of nowhere, hobby content wise, to being on a lot of different shows, and get a lot of people love hearing you and watching you on shows. And have you experienced any early sort of pushback? Tell us about that. How has that impacted you in your hobby experience?
I had one person who, anytime I was doing anything, would follow me and say a mean comment every time I did anything. Like literally like a one-on-one show. It doesn't happen a lot, but it was happening, and it was bugging me. All right. And as sad as it is, it really was ripping at my heart. Even though it makes me feel embarrassed to even say that, because you get so many nice things. I agree though with what Joe said. You just have to, you can't, even though you could talk to your friends about it, and it's okay to talk to family about it, but you don't tell the person that did it. You don't let them know that it's getting to you in any way, and you don't fight back, because that's really what they want. They want you to go back and forth. And really the thing that puts it in perspective is, what kind of person is hating on you that doesn't know you, that is taking their time to write negative comments? It's the same people that write thumbs down on a video after they watch a free YouTube video of somebody that they watch every week, and they thumbs down it every time. I mean, give me a break, right? Those people... Yeah,
let me go ahead for 1 sec, because you triggered something in my mind there. The guy who wrote to you, Steve, he busts in, tells you have no theme. I'd almost want to hear that. I'd want to see the text, because I wonder if it's possible. And I'm asking you this, Steve, is it possible that he was actually telling you that you don't have a theme on your IG page as advice for how you could make your IG page more compelling, more engaging for people? I wonder is that at all possible with how he came in? Sometimes tone is difficult to understand through a text message. I've falsely reacted to messages before because I read a tone that wasn't there or wasn't intended. Is it possible this guy was saying, hey, Steve, I noticed you don't have any theme to your Instagram page. Maybe you'd consider it and you'd have a better page. Like, maybe this guy's giving away free Instagram hobby advice. Is that like,
it was like negative stuff before and then negative stuff after. So I didn't really, I didn't take it that way. And I was trying to be like, well, why do you think of this? Because why do you think like this? Please explain. Like,
there's no rationale.
Help me. There's
please. No rationale, Steve. Just know that some people are just angry and they're upset, and there's really no reason for it. And really, that's the way you have to go about it. And just kind of try to laugh at it and let it go. And I know it's hard, but that's the problem with social media. It's for everybody. And there's going to be haters at all times. And by the way, nobody hates Joe. He's the only one that doesn't get it, because how can you hate him? Everyone loves him. But Jeremy has gotten a lot of hate over the years. And you know that he's also the most loved person. So just know it's okay. You have to ignore it. Keep your head down and just try not to let it get to you, even though I know it does.
Absolutely. Yeah, good. You just have, it's not easy to do, but I think over time, you develop defense mechanisms for these sorts of things as the time goes by. Especially if you're in content, or you're actually like real world famous, like those, like politicians, movie stars, like these guys get attacked. Public athletes, it's nonstop attack. nonstop. We hear about teams turning off their social media during playoff runs and that, so that it doesn't get in their heads, because coaches understand that these things can be psychologically impactful on people's moods, brains, and eventually their production in the game. So for some people, the game is making hobby content. And so, yeah, I have had my share of pushback or hate or whatever over the years, but it's really easy. It's not really easy. It's easier to take that or to just receive that when you know you're not like a bad person or a scammer or disingenuous. It's easier to take. It's like, oh, they just don't know me. You don't know me. You think you know me. You don't know me, which is a great line from the movie Get Shorty. I don't know if anybody do you remember that when John Travolta said to I forget who it is. It wasn't the Tony Soprano character. It was I think his boss in Get Shorty, where they're like they're confronting each other, and Tony and John Travolta, whose name in the movie is Chili Palmer, is the character's name. One of my favorite movie characters of all time. He looks him in the eyes and he goes, "You don't know me. You only think you do." Like, that's just so true for all people who have trolls or haters, anything like that. But it's really what you think, and not even to another level. It's not just you don't know me, only think you do. But you also don't know it, and you hear it all the time. Be kind. Everyone's fighting a battle. Everyone's got things going on in the real world. If you can be rude, you can pick on somebody. I even saw recently an Instagram account who is like kind of a watchdog, but attacks a lot of targets on Instagram. And that person put out a post recently saying, I'm not going to post about this third party today because something tragic just happened in their family. And even I respect that kind of thing. Like, you just don't know what people are going through. So, but a lot of people don't care. A lot of people, they just smell blood and they attack, and they like to kick salt in the wounds and all that sort of thing. But the other thing that you can, is even you, Steve, with that, it's like, people are just, I think the terminology is they're punching up, right? People mostly don't punch down. People mostly punch up. And if you're being punched at, chances are they are punching up, which means that they see you as being more successful or better or whatever it is than them. And that's really all you need to know to just sort of brush it off your shoulder and say, okay, on with being productive, because there's nothing like being productive as the antidote to any of these losers. And I mean losers. I'm talking about people who lost when they were born, they were dealt a poor hand. And but here's the thing: a lot of people who are dealt poor hands, they rise above. They find it within them to find a way to be successful. And by that, I mean just living a productive life, being good to society, leaving a legacy behind with might just be have been nice to people your whole life, right? Simple as that, being kind. But a lot of these people, it's just too bad. So that's me getting out some frustration on those sorts of things without anybody in particular. So who wants to jump in? Because I've been going for a while here now.
Well, just one last thing for me. I think how we used to look at it, a few years back, Jeremy, when you were experiencing, some criticism, and I forget who it was who said this, but so one of your colleagues, somebody in the YouTube community, just said, Jay Lee, just truly, it comes with the territory, and it's actually a sign of success. Like if you look at it as success, like, not that we experience it that way, but it's a sign of success.
I think you're right. And somebody made the comment in the chat as well that it's a sign of doing. I'm meant highlighted here, but I'll go through some. Steve or Dave, anything to jump in with right now, or can I go to comments?
Do you know what's easier?
Go ahead, David.
Do you know what's easier to see? When I have a friend that has a troll or that has somebody say something negative, it is so easy for us to be like, why do you care with that loser set? Like, it's so much easier. But when it's about yourself, it hurts so much more that it's hard to actually look past it. But it's funny because if you can really just put yourself outside of it and assume that it's not directed towards you, you would be laughing at that person that's saying those kind of things. So sometimes maybe that's a therapeutic way to get around it, is to kind of think of it that way. No.
Yeah. You're right. Couple comments here. The Chi-Town no, that's old. Card Fuchsia says trolls live under bridges, so the more people you connect with, the more trolls you will come across on your way. Absolutely. Jim Define says AI can also stand for artificial integrity. Yeah, it can also stand for a-holes and imbeciles. It can stand for a lot of things. Absolutely, Jim. Nick Augusta says best way is to not engage. They are to be ignored. Engage extra special with those who treat you and others nice. So true. And the thing is, of anybody in hobby content who has trolls and haters and critics and all that, they have more than tenfold that amount of people who are sending them. And I know this from experience. I'm from talking to other content creators who get it. It's like, yeah, you should see all the supportive messages I get. I know it. I get them like all emails, DMs. It comes in regularly. But like David says, you get that one negative one. It can get to you. But I think after a few years of doing it, you learn to take heed in this advice that people do give. Jeremy from California says, I support Chase no matter how he eats his Oreos. Nicholas Augusta says, love David Chase. Quality content gets you the love, him and others as well. Fresh Prince says, misery loves company. Don't let the haters get you down. Desert Shield Sniper says, if you don't like the content, don't follow. This is how Steve's IG page is and why people follow. Some people just love to critique. Absolutely. Jim says, grains of salt and thick skin are powerful social media filtering tools. Absolutely. Alex Bridgeforth says, yep, the internet is full of trolls. Yep. Desert Shield says social media has created a culture where when you are outspoken, you are given a pat on the back. And that is why there are so many people that want to voice out, but unfortunately not all are productive. Very true. And Mookie Chilson says that brains evolved over thousands of years, never having to deal with criticism or praise from anonymous strangers. Both can be poisonous, not easy to manage. He's right. Like even being overpraised can go to people's head and make you think that you are better or this or that. And you got to keep yourself in check. You got to keep yourself grounded. Humility is a wonderful character trait, I would think. The collection firm says, you are a great steward of the hobby, Jay Lee. Straight to the head. It's going straight to my head right there. I appreciate that, David. I appreciate that comment. All right. Steve, anything on? I have another topic that you brought, Steve, that we're going to go around the horn here, but do you have anything else on that topic, guys? David, just shake your head if not, and then I'm going to move on to the next one. Okay. All right. Next topic that Steve and I talked about was actually there's still three topics. Here's what we got. We got aesthetic versus brand hype. We're going to put this to the chat and David and Joe. Options for our next topic. Number one was aesthetic versus brand hype. Number two, Mount Rushmore players versus Mount Rushmore players versus Mount Rushmore hobby players. And then the third one is hobby gurus, which I'm not even sure what that one is about so much.
Know-it-all.
What's that?
Hobby know-it-alls, essentially.
Hobby know-it-all.
Like it has to be this way. This is the only way. It's all in this box. It cannot be any other way than that way. But
so expand on that a little bit, Steve. We'll go with hobby gurus. That's the topic we're going to go with for this segment. Have you experienced it? What tell us a bit more about it.
Let's say like the in-person autograph topic, movement. I guess. Yeah. You know, there's a group of collectors, I guess, that would have a problem with taking especially like maybe a serial number card, taking it and having the athlete or sign it. I'm just bringing up a specific thing, but there's always a specific way that you, or that guy that hit me up on Instagram. You know, I guess there's a specific way that you have to collect. You know, you have to do set collections or rainbow collections, or can't just collect everything you like. But
I hear you. I think I hear what you're getting at. Even like, I'm a big eye appeal guy. I talk a lot about it. I try not to tell people how to collect, but I think I could be accused of fitting into that mold when I get very passionate about the eye appeal thing. I think I do draw the line, and many people do, about like, that's how I'm doing it. It's not like you have to do it, but the same thing with like you were saying, getting vintage cards autographed. Might be for you, doesn't mean it's for everybody. It might not be for me, doesn't mean it's not for everybody. Some people could do it too. So is your sort of issue with what you were calling hobby gurus is that they just think that their way of hobbying is the way, and anyone who doesn't is not quite the same level of hobbyist?
I think so. I think we were more expanding on the last topic with the hobby guru thing. It was kind of going from somebody that likes to tell you how to social media or how to collect, or or the rules against specific cards, or they know the story of, for instance, I posted a printing plate from what is potentially from the Fleer bankruptcy, and there's some people that just put on there that they absolutely know that this is fake. And again, I put on there, I don't know, and I'm not saying it's real. Anybody, and there is just some people that are absolutely not. I'm like, can you please send me some information? Somebody, a contact from Fleer, anybody, so I can put this to bed and post, hey, look, this is fake, because I'll do that. I'm not trying to sell it. Even if it is real, I'm keeping it. So, just to,
yeah. Are you? Yeah. The words going through my mind are like, if you're passionate about anything in the hobby, like even like, and wherever there's a dichotomy or two things that are kind of polar to each other, I will strive to be better at this myself. I would rather, when I'm talking about a topic, I am going to strive to present options, not ultimatums. That's kind of a mantra. Options, not ultimatums. Like, because we're all so much like, I just went to, I don't know if they have this restaurant in the US, but here in Canada, we have a chain of restaurants called Boston Pizza. And it's a very famous chain. There's thousands of locations, sort of thing. And they have this item on the menu that I love. And sometimes I tell people I order it, and they're like, oh yeah, they haven't even had it, and they're grossed out right away. It's a pierogi pizza. The pierogi pizza. It's got spicy potato, sour cream, bacon, chives. I guess there's some cheese on there, and but there's no tomato sauce, so it's not really a standard pizza. But I love the darn thing. It's delicious, but some people don't like it. So it's like we don't all like the same thing, whether it's cards, whether it's autographs on cards, whether it's eye appeal versus technical grade, or whether it's pizza, tasting anything, cars, clothes, all these different things. So I'm not going to tell you it's the best pizza in the world. It's the best pizza in all of Canada. No, I'm going to tell you, hey, I like it. Maybe you do too, but you don't have to like it. And if you don't, I don't care. Because you know what? My taste buds don't live in your mouth. They live in my mouth. So that's kind of, is that kind of what we were talking about, Steve? Is that kind of part of we weren't talking about.
No, because I enjoy hearing how other people collect. I never criticize. So it's kind of like, because I've taken pieces of how other people collect. I think, you learn something. I always try to at least keep my, I may have an opinion. Everybody's got an opinion, but never am I going to say this is how, like you just said, you have an opinion on eye appeal, and yeah. I might not as much. Mine might be more on, one of one rarity type collecting, but to each his own, right?
Yeah. And if we're going to have conversations, whenever I'm talking to somebody and they present their opinion as if it's fact, I hear it with my kids in their friend groups right now. where it's like, oh, that sucks, or that restaurant sucks, or what, I can't even think, that TV show, it sucks. Well, it might suck to you, but to say it sucks is a very Joe, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a very like final
absolute reductive.
Absolute. Thank you. It's a very it's an absolute statement that is just false. It's just false, because someone out there doesn't think that, which makes your statement false in that case, in many cases. But that's the way that's the way a lot of people are. Whenever I'm talking to somebody who expresses their opinion as fact, I know that I'm not going to be able to have a conversation, a good, productive conversation where I'm going to come away feeling like I learned something or came away a better person by expanding my mind. I know I'm talking to a closed mind person, which is not going to, provide much for me. So I kind of, just, go through the motions of it because I want to be polite, and I still respect them in many cases, but I know that I'm not going to be able to have a real enlightening type of conversation with that kind of people. But that's how a lot of people are in every area of life that we all come across all the time. So, should I do a couple comments here? Jeff Wills here says, I remember these elites laughing at downtowns and kabooms, and look at those investments now. So, Jeff, I have a question for Jeff on that. When we say these elites, the first thing that comes to mind is, are they elite in your mind, or are they elite in their mind? Because, having a lot of money can give people confidence in the way they present themselves. That's just the way with money comes power in many ways, it's just kind of the way life is. But I seriously wonder, who are these elites that Jeff is talking about there? And are they really elite in their own mind, or are they elite in the people calling them elite? Because I don't know what that is. I don't know what these elites are. Like, are the elites the people that are running is it like the Michael Rubins and the Nat Turners that are truly running the industry? Or is it collectors that have multi-million-dollar collections? Are those the elites? And do they see themselves as elite? I'm sure some of them do, but I don't think they all do. Even a guy like Nat Turner, when I see him posting cards, I see him posting cards that are worth like, $15 to, hundreds of thousands. And it doesn't even matter to him what the price is. Like, so I don't think from a pure, like the collector in someone like that, I don't think he sees himself as elite, even though he can buy whatever card he wants, probably. I think it's a mindset thing. Is it their mindset or your mindset? So that's just kind of a question I have. Like, Steve, you buy and collect very expensive cards. You don't come across to me as an elite, because when I think of that word, it almost has a negative connotation. So here, Daniel Brown says Nat Turner is definitely an elite because he has resources. But I would bet you that Nat Turner feels, I bet you his thoughts of himself as a collector are very similar to ours, just at a different price point. I think when he gets a card, he feels the same way that we feel when we get a card that we love as collectors. So I think elite is a weird word to use. And again, whose mindset is that person being elite? To David, Steve, and Joe, just put up your finger if you want to jump in as I go through a couple more comments here. But please, I welcome you guys jumping in. Desert Shield Sniper says, sometimes strong comments could be dead wrong as well. I remember near the end of the Junk Wax era, people used to laugh at me for thinking baseball cards have value. These people are pretty quiet now. Yeah, I mean, even some of our own parents along the way. Card Fuchsia says the guru has a positive connotation. We did the topic that we're talking about here that had come up in Steve and mine's meeting earlier in the week was around the term guru. It wasn't around the term like elite, but I think the term guru in our conversation was sort of with like people who are gurus in their own minds. Like, you're a guru in your own mind, so you're out there like spreading the gospel sort of thing. Jim Sholey wants to know, will Steve still spend such large amounts as he keeps collecting. Yeah, where are you at with the types of cards you're buying nowadays, Steve? Like are you still buying 6-figure cards, or are you buying $50 cards as well?
A little bit of both, actually. I wouldn't say buying 6-figure cards. I've been moving into them, trading into them. So yeah, I guess same thing. But going after players that I was like specifically only going for, the Brady's, this and that, not for my. I like a lot of things, So I started getting in more into my Ravens collection. But of course, like right away, I end up like buying a really big collection, and I don't know. It's I'm every time I do this, man, I go a little too far with it, but yes, I love collecting. I'll never stop buying, and obviously I got to sell to continue to buy. But yeah, I just got an amazing Ray Lewis collection that I'm like super excited about.
Notice you're wearing the Ravens thread there as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, Steve, do you want to? We're already 20 minutes past, I think, when we said we were keeping you to, or more, 50 minutes past. You're welcome to stick around. Do you need to go? I know it's later. You want to stick around?
I'll stick around. Yeah.
All right.
I think the wife's already passed out. So.
All right. All right. Good. You stick around. Josh, you ready to come on? We're gonna bring Josh. We're gonna go 5-way. Please welcome Josh. How are you, my friend?
Good.
Good.
Good to see you. Steve, nice to meet you. David, hello. Nice. Joe, hello. What jersey do you have on, Steve? Who are you wearing?
Ray Lewis.
Okay. Cool. All right.
Josh is a Bears fan, so I don't know how that's going to go. But
Roquan Smith is awesome.
Josh, you are in the chat here. You've been following along. You are in the world. You are a legal professional. Any comments for Steve on the story?
Man, I mean, I represent guys like that all the time who rip people off. So like they're all sociopaths. They don't do anything wrong. Like literally sociopaths. But I hope you can. He's in Mexico.
He's in Mexico.
They can get him. They can extradite him, and they'll find him. It's a lot of money. So hopefully they get him, and he spends. I mean, he's not. I mean, they're scumbags. They're sociopaths. Hopefully you get your money back. I'm very sorry that happened to you.
Thanks, Josh.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Josh, welcome. I'm going to continue some comments, and then we'll go around the horn here and get some thoughts from everybody. Not Yelia here says having a passionate hobby philosophy is fine. I'm with you. I'm with you. Present it as philosophy, not as truth. I would encourage, but in some cases maybe they are true. Jeff Wills responds, which I'm super glad you did. Jeff says that's fair. Elites are the ones that tell you what's going to happen or should happen. Not about money. It's more about this is a way the hobby should be. Jeff, that makes so much sense to me, and so that's why ask the question: what do we mean by elite? So it's more about this is the way the hobby should be. Yeah, it's their way or the highway. It's narcissistic behavior as well. BW says elite is a good thing. That term has gotten hammered. Beethoven was elite at music. Right. I mean, Michael Jordan is an elite basketball player, or was. Absolutely. It has been bastardized, the term. Jim Define says, opinion stated as fact doesn't make it a fact. It's a sales pitch. The truth just is. The goal, I love this next sentence. The goal of a productive conversation should be to identify the truths and hopefully learn along the way. Yeah. Right? I agreed. Because oftentimes ego can get in the way of the pursuit of truth in a debate or a conversation about anything. And then Jeff comes back again and says, I've collected all my life and I'm always learning. Elites believe they already know everything. Yeah, I completely agree. Carl from Oz is here still. He says, elites, legends in their own lunchtime. Who cares? Absolutely. All right. Steve, we had another topic, Mount Rushmore. I remember we were chatting about it the other day, and I even saw a comment today on Instagram. Someone was talking about the term GOAT and the last 3 letters, like of all time, and how it just, there is even Michael Jordan may not be the GOAT. I'm not saying that LeBron is or Kobe is or Wembanyama is, but the GOAT, to the technical definition,
Bill
may
Russell.
not even be in college yet. Great of all time. So listen, we're not going to get into that because I think that we use the term GOAT very loosely, and we are able to. Mount Rushmore is something else, though. The Mount Rushmore is based on the mountain, I believe, in South Dakota, that many of you Americans may not even have heard of that state, but there is a state called South Dakota in America. That's a tie into earlier on in the episode. There's 4 presidential heads carved into the mountain. I've been there. I've been saying recently that, in hockey at least, it's hard to do a Mount Rushmore. As time goes by, more generational athletes come along, and they threaten certain heads on these Mount Rushmore mountains. And so in the world of hockey, I am lobbying for the excavators to go in and carve in a 5th head for hockey, because I think you have Wayne Gretzky, Gordie Howe, Bobby Orr, Mario Lemieux, and Sidney Crosby. That is my Mount Rushmore for hockey. And I think that you can't put anyone else on there, and nobody can be added in hockey like ever unless something crazy happens. Even Connor McDavid is not a threat to those first 4. Ovechkin, not a threat to those first 4. I think Crosby is the guy that's a threat, but who do you take off? You can't take off Orr, Howe, Gretzky, or Lemieux. You just can't. And I'm sure there are similar arguments in basketball, baseball, and football as well. So, but also in the topic of Mount Rushmore, we have the Mount Rushmore of the sport and we have the Mount Rushmore in the hobby. And those are not always the same thing. And that difference between the two is what I call hobby love. Me and many people. Hobby love is that intangible thing you can't really define or even explain in many cases to people. There's a chapter in my book, Pops and Comps, called Hobby Love, trying to explain it. I think it does a pretty good job, but it's abstract. It's not something you can't go to stats, game summaries, career stats, Wikipedia. Nothing's going to really explain hobby love to you unless you're living in the hobby. So anyway, those are my thoughts on the topic. I know I said a lot there, but Steve, let's go to you. When we talk about Mount Rushmores, what are you thinking about?
I guess I would go to the hobby. But personally, I'm more on a modern thought process with it. I would specific rookies. I'm a rookie guy at heart, even though I collect a lot of other stuff. Shiny patch autos, but I personally go to specific big cards that everybody's aware of, like the LeBron Ultimate Collections 2003. That's Logo Man auto. I would probably put that one up there. I would be. Do you want me to list them or?
Oh no, just the concept. Just talking about the concept. Like, so what you're talking about is you're when we're talking about Mount Rushmore, you're actually trying to think to yourself, what are the 4 Mount Rushmore cards of the modern era? Mm-hmm. Is the kind of thing you're thinking about.
Personally, yeah, and I guess outside of in multiple sports, I guess we were talking about. I think we were talking about is within the sport and then within the hobby as a whole. Mm-hmm. But yeah, as with a sport, I don't know. Personally, I'm a football guy, so
let's hear your Mount Rushmore of football players. It doesn't even have to be hobby. Just who's your Mount Rushmore of football? Josh, take note because I want to hear yours as well after we hear Steve. Who's your Mount Rushmore of football, Steve? Which is tough because you got quarterbacks and everybody else. Like, how do you?
That was my next question. Was are we talking quarterbacks? Or are we talking players?
That's why Mount Rushmore is such a difficult thing, and it can go in so many different directions. I think you could do Mount Rushmore for quarterbacks, wide receivers, running backs, and defensive players as well. I think you could have 4 different Mount Rushmores in football. You can't really have one. You just really can't, and then there's the Mount Rushmore of all sports. Like people often say, it's Jordan, it's Gretzky, it's Babe Ruth, and it's Muhammad Ali. I saw Muhammad Ali in the comments already here. So yeah, it's tough to do. Let's go to Josh Adams for a second and get your thoughts, Josh, on the world of Mount Rushmores and GOATs and that kind of thing.
So Mount Rushmore of football players, or like
whatever you want. This is a free for all.
Let's do football first, because I love
Go
that
ahead.
question. So you got Red Grange, you got Walter Payton, you got who's the best linebacker of all time? I mean, I know what you're going to say, but so Brian Urlacher, and then Tom Brady, and I would say Joe Montana. No. I'll take off Montana, put on Sanders. But you already have a running back, though. So that's a really good question. That's a hard one.
So what you're doing is you're picking the GOAT at each position, which is really almost like
it's the only way to do it.
Yeah, you know what? We need a whole new mountain range, and we need to start digging into these mountains to a whole bunch. I think we need to be elite here, guys. Let's be hobby elites, and let's just order the hobby now, because our way is the right way, to admit that there are many Mount Rushmores, and in football there are 4, and in hockey there's 2. Well, there's 3: forwards, defensemen, and goalies. In baseball, there's offense and defense. There's hitters and there's pitchers, right? In basketball, I mean, there's really just, as far I can really think of, just it's 5 guys on the court. They're all trying to score, right? So maybe there's one. Maybe there's a defensive as well. But sometimes it's the same guy, which doesn't really happen unless you're Shohei Ohtani. Doesn't really happen in other sports. So I like the quarterback one. I like thinking about the quarterback Mount Rushmore. Brady, Montana's there for me. I don't know how you don't have Peyton Manning on there. And then, I mean, where do you go from there? I mean, there's so many guys after those 3. I don't know. Where do you go? I mean,
Johnny Unitas and Joe Namath.
Yeah.
Bart Starr stays off because he's a Packer.
Marino or Elway.
I mean,
Bradshaw has 4.
Bradshaw.
Yeah.
There's lots of options.
Good point.
Lots of options, right? And then wide receivers is pretty easy. I mean, I don't even know. I think of Jerry Rice, and I think of Randy Moss, and I think of
Terrell Owens,
Fitzgerald,
Terrell Owens, Megatron.
Yeah, there's a few. Joe, what do you think? Football, whichever one you want. Quarterback, wide receiver.
I'm a big Niners fan, so I got Rice and Montana up there. But that's my fandom coming through. Obviously, Tom Brady, a name we haven't mentioned, who will probably be on there before all said and done, is Patrick Mahomes, with the chips and his early accomplishments. He'll probably earn the accolades of the all-time greats. But yeah, I think it's interesting. Sport to sport, you're going to have different metrics. It's hard to particularly compare eras. So what I liked about the on-ramp to this conversation, and this came up in a really cool show that David Chase and Greg did. I think it just dropped yesterday or maybe this morning. But they were sort of sorting through the different changes that have happened in the hierarchy in baseball over the last, I think they took a 25-year window or something like that in terms of percentages, and kind of how the valuations of like Mickey Mantle, Jackie Robinson, Babe Ruth have gone through a sort of shuffling. And what's going on there when none of those players have put up a single extra home run, stolen base, RBI, or kind of different positions again. But I think that's an interesting kind of the correlation between hobby fandom, cultural significance, and what's happening in the world, and how our lens might change, as opposed to just the pure metrics of statistics, which, our friend Hoj, whenever I talk to this about Hoj, she's like, well, my way of evaluating, and it's cool that he has a way. I'm not sure I have that I could tell you perfectly what my way of evaluating a GOAT is. It's more by feel, but it does probably cross over into the significance of the player to the game. Like for me, Steph Curry, along with being, a Golden State Warrior, which is the team I grew up on, but he changed the way that the modern game of basketball is played. So to me, that is a pretty significant contribution and or evolution. He's also someone that's perhaps more relatable to the everyman out there in terms of his stature. So, these kind of things I think start to play in, Kobe's tragic passing. I think that played into his lore. I didn't hear a whole lot about Kobe being the best ever or in the conversation for the best ever before he tragically passed away, but he tragically passed away. And a lot of people, both in the hobby and I think in the sports world, kind of anointed him in that upper echelon. So I think there's a lot of considerations, I guess, is what I'm getting at. And so it's hard for me to just off the cuff rattle off like a Mount Rushmore.
You said Steph Curry, obviously you're a Warriors fan and he's awesome. You said, he changed the game. So I started thinking to myself, just as you were speaking, I was like, so, okay. And this is me just, devil's advocate for a moment. Change the game. I'm thinking about, so what? Does changing the game automatically make you a GOAT? And then I thought to myself, well, hang on a second. If you're good enough at an aspect of the game that you change it, yeah, you might be a GOAT. So I kind of went through that process in my mind thinking, maybe you are. I have to think there are other people who have changed games by doing something, making a contribution, but are not GOATs. But I think in the case of like, Steph Curry, where now, the NBA is kind of criticized for being just all about 3-pointers nowadays. Is that because of Steph? Did he kind of show the way? Hey, look, just like Bobby Orr in hockey showed the other players that a defenseman can rush the ice and score goals. It doesn't just have to be their job is not, they're allowed to cross the red lines or the center line sort of thing. So I just kind of wonder if changing the game makes you a GOAT or if it's going to be case specific. I think it would be case specific. And I think Steph provides a pretty good example of, an elite player changing the game and then flirting with GOAT status. The problem with GOAT, again, we're overusing it. Problem with Mount Rushmore, it's limited to 4. Now you're talking apples and oranges, different eras. It's almost impossible in all that way. And before we have David, 1 second before we go to you, I'm coming to you. I promise. I want to go to one quick comment here. Foul Ball says, Jay Lee, who is on the real Mount Rushmore? Well, I remember George Washington and Lincoln being there, but I couldn't remember the other two. So I looked it up, and Foul Ball, the other two are Thomas Jefferson and Theodore Roosevelt. And once I saw that, it's like, oh yeah, of course. But Washington and Lincoln were easy for me to remember. It's just I was literally there 45 years ago. So, yeah, fun question, though. We're talking about the Mount Rushmore. We may as well pay some respects to the actual founding fathers there. I don't. Is that what we call them, or is that the guys that signed the Declaration of Independence? Who are the founding fathers? Am I crossing my my things here? Crossing them? Okay, that's okay. I don't claim to be an expert in American history. So, David, what did you want to jump in with before?
So when you start talking about this, I nerd out on these kind of things all the time, and I love kind of going through these kind of things in my mind. And I was kind of in my mind thinking, let's think about vintage baseball, or not even vintage baseball, just baseball in general. And let's look at the players versus the hobby. And kind of like Joe was saying, we did kind of mention versions of this in that Midlife Card Chase podcast. But for me, the playing days baseball player GOATs would be Ruth, Ohtani, with Adam in now, unfortunately, Bonds, and then it's probably like a tie between Aaron, Mays, and Cobb. Okay, that's my opinion, right? We're all doing opinions. I'm a know-it-all, but those are my opinions of the players. Now, for hobby, let's separate it. I actually still think right now, Ohtani, he's on a Mount Rushmore right now. Yep. Ruth, I'm still keeping him up there. But let's add 2 other players that are not part of the conversation. I think it's Mantle and Jackie would be the other 2 on the Mount Rushmore. So the real thing is on this, interesting. The playing days versus hobby, 2 of those are the same, for my opinion. But Jackie and Mantle versus Bonds and let's call it Aaron, okay? Bonds and Aaron versus Jackie and Mantle. Interesting, right? That those are kind of the hobby GOATs. Mantle, the blonde, blue-eyed superstar of the 50s who was, the poster boy for the baby boomer generation, and Jackie, who has now come on strong because of diversity and because of what he went through, which we put him as a GOAT now. I just think it's very interesting how it doesn't correlate to the same thing, and it is kind of a fun thing to think about.
Do goats almost then like transcend sport and hobby? You know, you talked about the cultural significance of Jackie, the Hollywood appeal of Mickey Mantle. You know, these guys, you even think about like Joe DiMaggio, who dated Marilyn Monroe. I mean, things like that. Mark Messier, who captained the New York Rangers to their first Stanley Cup in however many decades, dated Madonna. You know, like there are some athletes that truly transcend their sport. Jordan did it. Tiger Woods does it. You know, Messi, Ronaldo do it. Muhammad Ali. These people become cultural icons, not just sport icons. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't necessarily mean that they were goats of their sport. It means that they were very good at their sport, among the best, but they also had some charisma. They also had the ability to, and maybe some good looks as well, like me, right? Maybe I had some good looks as well. So, okay, who's laughing?
That's why you're the GOAT.
Stale faced, and I got a smile from Steve. I got smiles across the top and 2 no reactions on the bottom. They're just busy reading comments. It's okay. It's okay. But I think that's the thing about you know, goats versus the Mount Rushmores. Anyway, there's so many different ways to look at it, but I like your comments, David. Joe or Steve, any comments on this topic? Anything further? No.
I just think I mean, because this is a sports card show, I think I'm more interested in where we gravitate towards in our collecting, as opposed to just like, you know, some statistical measure and or, you know, because I think in some ways the GOAT to me probably is going to equate to the statistically greatest. Maybe not entirely, because there could be, you know, maybe Shohei came into the majors, and do we count his, you know, maybe Satchel Paige would have racked up 400 runs if he, you know, his wins in, you know, pre-Major League Baseball and Negro League wins were to be counted. So there are asterisks to that, but I'm just more curious. Like there was some content that came out about the price discrepancy between SGA, you know, who's won now back-to-back MVPs, and Luka Doncic, who, you know, hasn't won a ring yet. And although he has some all-NBA teams, has not won an MVP. And there's a significant price discrepancy. And so somebody was upset about that, or at least pointing out that that's incorrect. But is it incorrect? It may just be the case that Luka is more collectible for whatever reason. And then we can analyze what those reasons might be. It could be market. It could be, you know, the way they play, you know, are they enchanting to the viewers? It could be their lore. It could be kind of their origin story. It could be a lot of things. So that's kind of where I'm more interested in this topic. And I think it relates to what David mentioned when you elevate a Mickey Mantle, you know, didn't he date Marilyn Monroe? I mean, that's pretty cool. And then, or that was that DiMaggio. I can't keep track.
That was Joe. Yeah.
Those Yankee players. But
I think Mickey Mantle did everyone else though. So
everyone else, okay. But he was like the original 5-tool player, right? Like I remember my dad talking about just how fast Mantle was before that knee injury in '58 or whatever it was. So he clearly represented something like a prototype of a 5-tool player, although, you know, then the knees went and he was just an awesome switch hitter. And then, you know, you mentioned Jackie. Like we would not have to search real hard to understand why Jackie Robinson might be more significant than his career statistics. So anyway, a lot of factors to consider. And that's why I love sports cards, is because it's not just about the numbers.
You know, you mentioned stats, you mentioned MVPs, all these things that the quantitative approaches kind of take at people who take quantitative approaches. Like MVPs, I don't know about all sports, but MVPs are subjective assessments. They're almost like a grading company. Like one day it can be a Monday the card could be a 10, the next day it could be a 9. Depends who's on the committee of vote to vote. I know in hockey, the Hart Trophy is the MVP trophy. It's voted on by the media. Then there's the Lindsay Trophy. It's also an MVP trophy voted on by the players. I mean, I don't know, but I think the players know more about who the better player is than the media, especially when maybe 10% of the media actually played the sport. I don't know how it works in others. Even the finals MVP. I mean, this thing is announced right after the game. It's based on decisions of other humans. They have bias. They can't help but have bias. So while MVPs are noteworthy, they are subjective assessments, and they're voted on by many people. The votes are tabulated. Who's to say that one person's vote didn't come from a more informed position than somebody else's? Who's to say they didn't see all these players play as much as the other guy? So MVPs to me are flawed. They're not, but they're something. They're something, but they are certainly flawed. Hold that thought. The other thing, just hold the thought, please, David. The other thing is that 1 year an MVP could be much more impressive than another year. It depends who your competition is. I know that we've had eras in all sports where there's just not a lot of generational players coming along. Even the term generational is way overused nowadays. There have been people winning MVPs where the next guy was so far beneath them. That to me is a better indicator. Like Wayne Gretzky was so far and away ahead of everybody else. But looking at MVPs alone without looking at how the voting came out, like if Michael, I won't even use, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of an example here. I'll use hockey. This year, Nikita Kucherov of the Tampa Bay Lightning, they just announced it, won the Hart Trophy. He won the MVP. Most people listening haven't even heard of Kucherov. He just won the MVP in hockey. He beat out Connor McDavid, who everyone's heard of. At least 95% of the audience has heard of Connor McDavid. How close was that? I mean, it was like less than 1% apart. I forget the total. There's 5 points for a first place vote, 3 for a second, and whatever, however it works out. It was like 323 to 318. So is that real? Did Connor McDavid really, yes, he did not win the MVP, but does that take anything away from his game? Is Kucherov really the MVP when if one person changed their vote, it could have gone the other way? So I think MVPs should be taken with a major grain of salt, but so should some statistics, especially in the team sports. If you're the best goalie in the world, but you have a horrible defense, you're going to let in goals. It's just the way the sport goes, right? There's a good example of this. I think it's in hockey, but if you are scoring in basketball, if your team can score 130 points a game, but your defense is so bad that everyone's scoring 140 against you, 130 doesn't matter. Like you're not, your players might be getting tons of points, but they're losing their games. Like stats, MVPs, they're something, but they're not the end all be all. I don't think. I don't know what is though. Then the question is, what is the end all be all? Anyone have any? David, please. You were going to jump in before. I hope you have that thought saved.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about MVPs and how sometimes they're a joke, I always think about Ted Williams. I mean, the writers didn't love him, and the 2 years he won the Triple Crown, he didn't win MVP, which is a complete joke, including one of the times when he lost to the Joe DiMaggio, which was the Joe DiMaggio hit streak year. But the reason why he lost is because one writer just left him off the ballot completely, even though he won the Triple Crown, and he lost by one vote. So that's a joke that you win the Triple Crown, you're not even on the ballot of the writer. So he should have obviously won the MVP. It was one annoyed writer that ended up making him not win it. Also, during the Bill Belichick years, we were just talking about awards like that. I mean, give me a break. I think he only won like 3 Coach of the Year awards during that crazy reign of New England. He really should have won it pretty much every single year during that dynasty, or at least most years. So I agree with you completely. The writers giving these awards, I don't really love it.
I don't love it either. Josh?
I would say I agree about Belichick because those balls won't deflate themselves. So
Some comments coming through here. Let's take a run through some of these. First, Jim Define says, I love the way Josh removes all BS in his no-nonsense direct responses. Yeah, Josh doesn't play around, guys. He's here. He means business. Not yelling. It says, Mantle isn't on the baseball Rushmore, but arguably the hobby Rushmore. Great example. Rock Latex says, MLB retired Jackie's number. That's some sort of bullet point. Absolutely. But does it make him a GOAT? That's a cultural significant reason, I believe. A lot of that is weighted for who he was, what he stood for, his experiences, breaking the color barrier, all that. I think it has maybe more to do with that than anything else. I think I'm not an expert at that, but that's my perception. I'm happy to be wrong on that. Brad's Vintage says, good evening, all. Well, good evening to you, Brad. Welcome to the show. Thank you. Papa Funk says, Messier was a member of the golf course I worked at when he signed with Vancouver. He was always awesome with everybody. That's nice to hear. Jim Define says, you must first define GOAT criteria prior to the discussion, or it will tend to be all over the place. I have two responses to this comment from Jim. One was absolutely right, and two was we're never going to agree on the definition of GOAT. So we may as well just keep doing it how we're doing it, right? Random Esports says, Babe Ruth once called me and told me about launch angles, right? Launch angles, exit velocity, all these new terms I'm hearing about recently. And the thing is that those are terms that make a ton of sense to me. Like, these are the finer details that I'm just glad. It's like advanced analytics kind of thing. They make sense to me. Brad's Fincher says the number of top 10 MVP finishes means more than the number of MVPs. Baseball Reference includes this in their Hall of Fame monitor. I think that makes a ton of sense. The number of top 10 means more than the number of MVPs. I think you'll get pushback on that, but I want to know that as well. To me, that is context. That is additional information. Jeff Will says it took Jordan 8 years to win a title, and now everyone will be sour on Wemby in his third year. They will dump his cards because we live in a much more what have you done for me lately world than we were in before. All right. What else we got, guy? I'm kind of out of topics on my list here. Well, we have aesthetic versus brand hype. Does Josh, Joe, or David have anything? Put up your hand if any of you guys have a topic, a comment, anything on your minds right now. Josh, please.
Well, I have a question about that question. When you say aesthetic versus, what do you mean? Like the card design or like the card brand?
Thank you, Josh, for selecting our next topic. Yeah, so we're going to talk. These are from. Yeah, good question, Josh, because I have on my notes here. This came from my discussion with Steve earlier in the week. I think what we were talking about was the affinity for cards based on, do we like them because of how they look, or do we like them because the brand they come from has a ton of hobby equity, like PMGs and Rubies or Young Guns or Downtowns or Prism Black Finites or Gold Vinyls or Superfractors. All of these cards, all these types of cards have a ton of branding and brand equity, and everybody knows about them, and they're highly chased. I think what Steve and I were getting at, are we chasing them because of that brand equity, or are we chasing them because of the aesthetic, the design, not the condition, not the eye appeal condition wise, the design appeal, the colors, the graphics, that kind of thing. Steve, is that kind of how you remember that part of our conversation?
Yeah, definitely. I was actually like, for instance, the difference of what a superfractor might sell for compared to a gold vinyl with the same pattern, playing days, all that kind of stuff. But it comes from Spectra, for instance. I'm sitting here with one right now because I was thinking about that topic earlier, but I don't really see that much of a difference in these gold vinyls than the superfractor patterns. This one actually has a piece of game used football in it. So it's like, for me, a Tom Brady non-playing day superfractor selling for $350,000 these days, and this thing, is probably less than 20 in most people's eyes. But I personally love this card. So I wouldn't sell it for 20 is what I'm trying to.
Yeah. It's
Because I've
interesting,
paid a
Steve.
couple hundred. I've paid big for super fractors too. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm sorry for jumping. I thought you might have been done. I typically don't like shiny cards with memorabilia, but just the other day I came across one in one of my searches, and I thought to myself, will I ever like these cards more than I do now? Like, will this be some way that my personal taste evolves in the hobby where, just like you showed, like a card, a whatever it might be, essential credentials. There are some essential credentials from the early 2000s that have memorabilia in them. And I thought to myself, well, I'm a guy who likes essential credentials. Pretty much all the designs they've ever done, I like, except the ones with memorabilia. And then my thought process was, I wonder if down the road I will start to want some of those cards. Will they grow on me for some reason? Now, I didn't answer the question. I didn't buy any of them, but your card reminded me of that sort of phenomenon of trying to anticipate what we could buy today that our eye isn't drawn to, that it might be drawn to 5, 10, 20 years down the road. Totally a bit of a different topic. I apologize. I'm going off on a bit of a tangent, but let's get some responses to what you were saying, Steve, on the, a vinyl versus a superfractor. Like, in hockey, we have the golden treasures. It's the same pattern pretty much. They're very nice, but the brand they come from has some impact on the values. David.
I ended up taking notes on this when I watched a program earlier this week. I was watching Sports Cards Investor. It's where I get all my knowledge. And when one of the topics they were discussing was the gold logo man, right? Mm-hmm. And how crazy those prices are for these gold logo man cards, right? And it's going so much more than the rookie RPAs. They're going more than anything ever because of this new brand. And I get it, right? It's from the Cy Young or MVP seasons of these players. But I mean, I took notes on some of these values, how crazy this is, right? For SGA, his most ever card before this new gold patch, the highest sale was $228,000. This new gold patch, which is a current one, went for over $1 million. Okay, compared to his highest sale previously was $228,000. For Josh Allen, his previous highest sale was his rookie patch, which was $288,000. His gold shield just went for $1.35 million. Okay, and then Ohtani's two biggest sales of his career are these gold patches. And I looked up these gold patches, by the way. Ohtani wears them every game of the season. Okay. He doesn't have one. And same with every football player. They wear it for every game, and same with every basketball player. They have this patch on for every game of the season. Now, I know there's only one Topps card that has it right now, but you think that they're not going to show another one of those gold patches on a later set? I don't know. I just think it's crazy. And it's kind of this brand awareness right now that is going for such high prices compared to like their rookies. I don't know. I think it's just a version of that conversation I thought was interesting.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah. Interesting stuff, David. Steve, Joe, Josh, anything else on that? I have a comment I want to get to in the chat, but anything else from any of you guys before we move on?
Well, I think it's a great conversation. Actually, I like discussing, kind of where collectors find interest. And I salute people that don't necessarily just go after the brand equity, if you will. That said, sometimes there's overlap, right? Sometimes the equity of the brand is connected to the aesthetics of the card. And if that's the case, then I don't think there's anything wrong. Like, I've been looking around at exquisites. They're hard to get into. There's a lot of hype with exquisites. Jeremy, you found your way into a beautiful exquisite with, I believe it was a Noble nameplate. And, I almost actually, without you knowing, bid on that card. I would have bid you up. I wouldn't have bid you up if I knew you were bidding on it too, but we were we were both interested in that same card. And that's, I think, an example where the luster and name value recognition of the exquisite brand also aligns with an aesthetic that is, really compelling. So I would just, to synthesize, I would say there are moments when I think you can absolutely get lured into the brand and forget about the aesthetic, but just be kind of almost, a bit robotic in your consumption, if you will. And then there's moments where it kind of aligns, and both two things can be true. Your brand and your aesthetic value can coincide. So,
yeah, well said. Yeah, and there's some comments that kind of support what you're saying there, Joe. So I'm going to run through a few of them here. First of all, Area 51 says, what attributes make a great hockey player? He goes, a quarterback with a cannon arm, wide receivers or running backs who run a 4.2 40, a pitcher with a 100-mile-per-hour fastball, or a 7-foot basketball player with a 40-inch vertical. Well, none of those really, but what makes a good hockey player? Well, you can start with skating. I mean, these guys they don't have shoes on. They are not, they don't have the luxury of being, in shoes on the ground. They are literally skating on, they're on blades. So they have to be able to skate. There's shooting accuracy, there's stick handling, there's hockey IQ, which means knowing where the puck is going, knowing how the play is going to unfold. Hand-eye coordination is another one. Toughness, speed on skates. I think hand-eye coordination might be the other thing about is that even like a pitcher and a quarterback, even a basketball player, they get to hold the balls with their hands. In hockey, it's 6 feet away. You're dangling this little black disc on a twig 6 feet away from you. So it's all these sports have very skilled athletes, but hockey, they're doing it on ice. They don't touch the puck like every other sport touches the ball. So there's a whole bunch of different things. But a fun question nonetheless. Card Fuchsia says here, Fanatics is going to be the shoe that drops. They keep promising too much. I mean, listen, from a industry perspective, I see them delivering. So I'm sure they're not perfect, but obviously they're not. But so far, they're delivering on their mission. I think to 10x the hobby. I think they're well on their way there. Brad's Vintage says brand equity drives value more than aesthetics. So this is to kind of what you were saying, Joe. He says brand equity drives value more than aesthetics. Hundreds of playing days Griffey inserts numbered to 50. Only those with brand equity have significant value. Never understood how equity comes to be. It's such a good question there. We'll get to it in a second. Then Not Yelia says aesthetic will always trump branding or manufactured rarity scarcity, with the exception of unlicensed cards. The league license and branding is important to the aesthetic. So Brad's Vintage comment here and Not Yelia, I think they contradict each other. Brad says brand equity drives more. Not Yelia says aesthetic drives more. And then Brad even adds, never understood how equity comes to be. I think it comes from like tastemakers. And also I think it also comes from what was important back in the day. Not everything was important. What brand did they come out of has something to do with it. I can't explain. I don't have the answer for Brad on how did brand equity come to be. I'm sure we could come up with a pretty reasonable thesis on it if we spent the time. My brain isn't powerful enough to do that right now here. Mike Good, though, says you could buy a true game-worn jersey from the GOATs cheaper than you could buy some of these new cards with their patch. I'm sure you could, Mike Good, but who wants full jerseys? Like, I don't know, you can't stack those with the rest of your cards. So kind of a moot point to me, but your point is well taken. But the other thing I'd say is that, you know what? You could probably go buy a full cow from the farmer for less than you can buy a steak at a 5-star restaurant in Paris, London, or New York. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't eat full cows, but I will go buy a steak. I don't collect full jerseys, but I will buy a jersey. I will buy a jersey patch card. So, David, yeah.
I mean, also to bring this kind of into the vintage realm, I think that my 48 Leaf set that I love so much, and that Josh loves, and that Joe loves, and I'm trying to convert Jeremy to love it more. That set is not the most beautiful set in the world, right? Some cards are, but the Jackie isn't, the Page isn't. And I had this conversation, and I know Josh, his favorite card is not the Jackie, and you love those short prints. And a lot of those short prints, Josh, their eyes are outside of their head. All right, they look like a complete mess, right?
That's what makes it so beautiful. Yes,
so,
absolutely.
So this is what I was actually talking to Joe about one time when we were talking on the phone or texting or something. And what Joe brought up was, you know what? Art doesn't have to be beautiful, which I thought was a really amazing comment. Joe, talk about that a little bit for what you were saying.
Well, especially in the realms of the Leaf set, it's like there's just so much going on there. Every card is unique, right? And so in that way, like those cards are more artistic than, say, your standard 89 Upper Deck Griffey, which is a beautiful card aesthetically, but in theory, there's a way that card's supposed to look, and maybe the hologram's a little jaded, but there's just such wide variety with those Leaf cards, from the color to the way that the ink laid down to the different sort of shadow and bleed. So, I mean, y'all know more about that than I do, but I think it's just, art is unique. And so that's mostly where I was going with that.
And Josh, talk about your version of these short prints that their eyes are never in their head, like why they're beautiful to you.
It's beautiful because the set was made in such a rush to sell as much gum as they could from the Leaf Company. They were just printing this stuff out, and the short prints had one printing. They had zero quality control. Right after the war, to sell gum in the northwest side of Chicago, just the perfect set. And by the way, the Dobie is a beautiful card. I think it's fantastic. The Newhouser is the best card in this set. I don't care what anyone says.
Thanks, guys. I was just thinking about the brand equity discussion, and I was thinking, I talked about it in Pops and Comps. So I was looking around. Do I have an issue near me so I can find it? And I just opened up my original manuscript, and I have a chapter. Chapter 51 is actually titled "Brand Equity," and I'm not going to sit here and read it, dictate it, or read it to you guys. But there's a couple pages that I do talk about brand equity, and I'd have to read it again myself right now to fully reinform myself, but it's something that develops over time, and I think it's also something that comes with a bit of a lineage. We have sets that are one and done on a regular basis. You're not going to get brand equity from that. You might get other type of equity, but it's not going to be brand. It might be unique equity, uniqueness that can endure over time, or at least can pop up down the road and be like, hey, everyone forgot about this sort of card. But I think the brand equity discussion ties into lineage in a major way. Young Guns in hockey are a great example of that, where everybody knows about Young Guns. I mean, maybe not everybody who doesn't follow hockey cards at all, but if you know hockey cards, you know about Young Guns. If you've ever talked about Sidney Crosby or Connor McDavid or Connor Bedard or now Macklin Celebrini, you know about the Young Guns. You know about Topps Flagship. You know about Prism Silver. And then you start to know about things like PMGs and Rubies and Essential Credentials and Kabooms and Downtowns and all these other things that build equity because they come out year after year, which at the end can hurt or help them. It just depends on how many times the same players are repeated over and over again, which then brings you back to a recent Hogecast episode, which one of the segments was the logic of the first, which I don't know who else. I listened to his podcast just a couple nights ago on my walk, and I know I'm going in all sorts of directions here, guys, but I have to. This is a thought I had last night when it was last night or the night before. I was listening to Hoge on the Hogecast, which I recommend you guys all go listen to. And he talks a whole segment about the logic of the first. And, he basically says that, the for anything to come, for the second to come and the third to come, there had to be a first. If there was no first, then the second would be the first. And it talks about dependence and what there needs to be a first, and why a first is important, because if it's a one and only, it's not as important. But then I was thinking about this too, because he says correctly, I think I agree with it, that it's, anything that comes after is dependent on the first. That's one of the reasons why the first is so important. But then I thought to myself, a bit of a contrarian view into the logic of the first. Hoj, if you're listening, really want your thoughts, that we can talk about this next week maybe, but the first is important, yes. But without a second, there is no first. There's just an only. The second legitimizes the first. The third legitimizes the first and the second. Not saying the second or third are any better or more desirable than the first, but you're only a first if something followed. But why would something follow? Because the first was so good. Maybe the first was so good that hey, we got to do this again. We need a second. But just like the second depends on the first, I think the first depends on the second, because you're only a first if you're not also the last. Then you're simply the only. I don't know, just some semantics and just some thoughts. My brain was going some directions I was thinking about the other day. I see a lot of I see Josh. I've never seen you look so either uninterested or confused. I'm not sure. Joe, I can tell you're thinking. David's howling, and Steve's along for the ride here.
I've got a quick something that I toss into this, and I heard it, I think, from Greg the other day. And it was kind of in relation to, it could be applied to brand equity, I think, because he was talking about value and why is this card valuable, this card not valuable? How do we understand value? And he said something that kind of struck me, because I think we sometimes overlook it, even though it's probably the most fundamental principle of economics, and that's supply and demand, right? Like, to some degree, the value of something is directly correlated to how much is it available and who's willing to sell it at what cost, and other people wanting that. And so to some degree, that's a simplistic answer to what creates equity, brand equity, right? Like you mentioned tastemakers. It's like, well, why are people wanting that? And that gets more into the psychology, and, Hoj dissects that at various moments. You, Jeremy, all of us kind of probably have our own reflections on what leads to that. But on a very, a simple lever of what creates brand equity, it's people want it, and that supply dwindles the more people want it. And so it's harder to access, it's harder to acquire.
Yeah. I love it, Joe. You talk, Greg, and I heard the discussion that Greg had, whether it was on Midlife Card Chase or one of his other shows.
Hard to keep track.
Yeah, I don't remember. But supply and demand, obviously a force that cannot be stopped in our hobby. So when we think about what brand equity, and you're saying, well, it comes down to supply and demand, but that's almost an easy way out. I think to further to the discussion, I would just ask the question: what supply whatever for this purpose, this discussion, what's driving the demand? What is driving the demand to one brand over another, one insert over another, one player over another? Player over another is easy. People like players they like. It's where you live. It's who you resonate with. But what is driving the demand for a certain card over another is, I think, more interesting in this discussion than simply saying supply and demand. But it does come down to both of those things for sure.
And getting back real quick, David, I'll let you go, but I just wanted to connect Steve's original point to this, which I believe was sort of the X factor in relation to the gold vinyl. And I have been suspicious of the exorbitant prices that the latest, Topps Chrome X Fractors that have but I think there's a buzz around it because of the reintroduction to the hobby, but the magnitude, the proportion of disconnect between a gold vinyl and a brand new X Fractor, coming out seems a little far-fetched from my estimation. And I do appreciate, I appreciate them both aesthetically. You could argue this issue, that issue, maybe a little more of this, a little more of that. But the magnitude of price differential seems way off to me. So we'll see how the hobby sorts that out. These cards are just coming out of the pack, so there's probably a newness factor.
Yeah, absolutely.
David, did you want to go? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just bringing this back to the beginning of the show, Jeremy. I mean, what were we talking about with those patch? How much that card went for because of how beautiful that patch was compared to the other patch that you showed, right? That went for 8,000 compared to 160,000, right?
Yeah.
They both had patches. They both had pretty autographs, right?
Yeah, there were some fundamental differences, but the core essence of the cards were the same, but the aesthetics were completely different. And the $170,000 card came out before there was the cup or exquisite, the version that came out the year before. Actually, the cup came out, so it was the last year before we had that brand in the hobby. Steve, I just want to. If you need to drop off, go. I don't want to keep you here longer than you need to be. I think we've kept you over here 90 minutes than we intended. So, but if you don't feel like you can't leave, if you have to, you're welcome to stick around. I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
I appreciate it. I am getting a little tired. I might head out
drop.
here in a minute. Yeah.
All right. Well,
that's cool.
Well, before you, then, thank you for joining. Thank you for sharing your story with us as well.
I just
want to say, I don't want you to drop, and I don't get to say thank you for coming on. Sharing your story and just being a part of the conversation and coming on the show. So thank you so much, but you stick around, drop off whenever you want.
I appreciate it. I guess I'd like to touch on the last topic real quick with the super fractors. I will say on the other side of it, I know from personal experience that there is no playing days, Tom Brady super fractor, stuff like that. So if that's the next option that's available for a collector, now I'm not paying that kind of money for a non-playing days, but I guess it kind of goes back to the supply and demand thing. There's no playing days super, so I guess everybody else has to pick and choose from the stuff that's coming out of the packs now.
Yeah. But that's the other thing. Sometimes what we really like the looks of violates other rules to our collecting or policies we have, right?
Yep.
So
my
that's
guru policy.
Yeah, the guru policy, right? But that's where you kind of have to, consider. I'm not saying you have to be. You might want to consider kind of stepping outside your comfort zone, entering a new lane, being okay with permitting yourself to go down a new lane if you have the resources, the time, and the desire. I wonder how many times people, and we can all look inward on this and say, that's a great card. I'd like to buy it, but here's why I'm not going to buy it. Fill in the blank, and not price, but, and not player. I mean, it's a player I like. It's a price I can afford, but I'm not going to buy it. Why? The brand isn't widely recognized enough. The insert isn't widely recognized enough. It's not it's a subset card, not a insert. It's a parallel, not a base card. It's a base card, not an insert. Whatever it is, we all have these little rules, I think, that we subconsciously follow. We could probably, put them down. We could probably document them if we were forced to, but I think we often, and it's part of our filtering process, right? We often eliminate cards from the possibility of entering our collection for all sorts of weird rules. And I'm sure we all have them, and it's just part of being a collector. We're also unique in that way. It's one of the best parts, talked about earlier. It's nice learning how other people collect and what drives them and motivates them. And Steve, did you end up doing the assessment on the Hobby Spectrum?
I did.
What did you come out at? What was your result?
37.
I'm 38. Precisionist, right nice. Beside me on there. Right on. Yeah. Good. Did you opt in and join the directory?
I did. I'm in there.
Oh, nice. Good.
It's I put way too many icons on there though, so I have to.
No, that's you look at mine then. Absolutely look at mine as well. So,
definitely.
Oh wow, yeah, we've got okay. So I don't know. I'm just noticing a few comments here. We have a guy coming in called Bruce, the card collector, said, "I never scammed Steve. This is messed up. Two sides to every story." Well, Bruce, if you want to send me an email and jump on a video call with me, you are invited to come tell your side of the story. Come tell your side of the story, Bruce. You are invited onto Sports Cards Live. I'll put my email address on the screen right now. There it is. You can see it, sportscardsliveshow@gmail.com. If you are, in fact, the real Bruce and you want to come set the record straight, email me, Bruce, and we'll set up a one-on-one first so I can vet you, and then you can come on the show and share your side of the story. Absolutely. I think that would be fine by me. Steve, what do you think of that idea?
I would love it.
All right. That is a legit invitation to you, Bruce. If that is in fact Bruce, he says, check your email. All right, I'm going to do that right now while we're all just here. You must have had my email ahead of time, so I'm just going to go check that and
we
see.
Can vet him, can we do this now?
I have an email from somebody. I have an email from an email address that doesn't have Bruce in it, but it does have the name Feldman, which I think you said was his last name. And all it says is 2 sides to every story, my friend. Absolutely 2 sides to every story. Again, if that is you, but all that is an email. That doesn't prove anything. I need you to come on video with me, Bruce. Bruce, do you want to join right now? Would you like to? And Steve, if you don't want to be on for that, you can bail if he accepts. But Bruce, do you want to join right now? I can email you back the link to come on the show. Let me know, Bruce, if you want to come on. I'll send you the link.
Yeah, he says, how do I do it?
I will email you back. Can I get a show of hands? Does everybody on the screen right now think this is a go? Should we do this? Yeah, Joe, you good with it?
We have to vet him, obviously. So maybe can you, Steve, maybe like in the private chat, ask Jeremy 2 things or tell him 2 things that that would possibly, we can make sure that we know it's him.
Sure. Let's see. I'm on my phone, so
go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Do what you got to do, Steve.
Or maybe you could ask a couple of questions to make sure, Steve, to know that it's the person, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I can also see him in the bottom here before I bring him onto the screen. But I'm okay. I'm going to email him the link. And
I'm going to have to get my charger.
That's okay. You
Go get
can,
it.
I'll be right back.
Go get it right now.
I love this new format of Sports
Dude,
Card Live.
if this is a real situation, this is going to be epic.
All right. Bruce, if you are emailed okay, Bruce.
It's in your email, Bruce.
I have sent you the link. The hobby courtroom says Fresh Prince, BMW. Let me get my BW. Let me get my popcorn. This could be good, says Jim Define. This is why
Jeremy,
you don't
have
bail
some
early.
questions that you're thinking about, Jeremy?
What's that?
You have some questions, like some.
No, not yet. Well, I mean,
right.
we'll tell your side of the story. Where's our boy's money? What's up with the AI card? Like a lot of stuff. Okay, we have someone in. We have Bruce. I do see you there. You don't look happy, but that's okay. You don't have to be happy. We'll bring you on in a moment. Steve, are you coming back?
Yeah, he's just getting his charger. You should wait for a second. He's getting a charger.
I'm just surprised that this guy even knows that we're talking about that. His name came up. We have a pretty good audience here. I'm sure.
Or maybe somebody contacted him.
Yeah. Okay. Steve, are you good for me to bring him on? Oh, you're muted. We can't hear you now, buddy. We can't hear you. Cardfucius. Thanks, Steve. Cardfucius, you'll have to go back in time. We're not going to be able to recap right now, but all right. Bruce, give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come on. He's giving me a thumbs up. All right, guys. Please welcome Bruce. Bruce, hi. How are you?
Good, Jeremy. How you doing? I just want to say thank you for allowing me to come on your show and allowing me to tell my side of the story. I've been in the hobby for a long time. Steve knows that. Played and sold cars to many of the heavy hitters in the hobby. And, you know, I've had it out with Steve. I just want to tell Steve something. Steve, we've had it out. We've talked a lot of shit. Excuse me, I shouldn't swear. We talked a lot of crap to each other about this. And I just want to tell you, Steve, I'm sorry for some of the things I said to you. But man, a lot of people know in the hobby, I did not intentionally scam you. A lot of people know it, and you know it. A lot of people know. Steve, we've done hundreds of thousands of dollars in deals together. You bought that signed refractor Brady off me. You know, Steve, come on, man. You know, I actually saw the card. Those pictures you're saying were AI. Those pictures were sent to me by the person that I saw who had the card, sent them to me, and I just forwarded them to you. There was real insurance put on that package that I sent. Okay. You know, I don't know what happened, but I would never have you send that money to that individual if I didn't actually see the card or what I thought was the card. And I just want to set the record straight.
Even though you're the broker and you had the card in your possession, right? As the broker,
I saw the
right?
card in my possession.
No, you
I
had it in
held
your
it.
possession.
I had
right?
it for like 10 minutes in my hand. I looked at it, Steve. We went through what happened.
It's not what the conversation says. No. And you
Steve,
even admitted, I guess I lied about that part.
Steve, I did not intentionally scam you out of your money, and you know it. You didn't even send me the money, Steve. So stop telling people you sent me the money, because you didn't.
You know who I sent the money to.
Yeah, I do know
You know who I
the
sent the money to.
Okay, was it me? Did you send the money to me?
You know who I sent the money to.
Okay, answer the question, Steve.
Everything came from you. The bank accounts came from you.
No,
you
the
had
bank
the card.
account.
You said you had the card.
Hey, Steve, the bank account was not under my name. It was not associated with me. I brokered the deal between you and the other person.
If you're the broker, wouldn't you be responsible?
I did my best, Steve. I got handed the package in the FedEx box, and I put my label on it, and I dropped it off.
Okay.
That's what happened, Steve. That person handed me the box because I saw the card, or I thought it was the card. It looked like a black Prism Brady to me when I saw it.
It's funny,
Okay.
the conversation.
You know that. I saw the card. I saw the card. I looked at it front and back.
Okay.
And then I left.
Hold on.
I
Bruce,
left.
Please. Let's take a break. Let's just take a short break here. I could let you guys go at it here, and that'd be great for ratings, but that's not my style. I'd rather we have a civil discussion. I know, and I can tell we're getting heated.
Sorry.
So no, it's okay, Bruce. Seriously, it's okay. Take a couple breaths. Do me a favor while you're taking a couple breaths. Can you make your phone horizontal instead of vertical for us, please?
Is this right? Am I right? Or do I need to turn it?
I mean, yeah, do that. Let it. There you go.
Okay.
Please hold it like that. Thank you.
Thank
you. Now let's not. I'd rather we don't. I know the audience would love it if I just let you guys go at it, but I don't think that that's productive.
That's the thing, Jeremy. I don't want to go at it with him no more. I'm tired of my name being slandered. I've done multiple 6-figure, 7-figure deals with people across this hobby. I had one deal go bad. Okay, first of all, I know Steve is upset. He has every right to be upset. Okay, it affected me too. It damaged my reputation, but a lot of people in this hobby know I would never do something like that. Okay, I've known Steve for years. I've known a lot of people in the hobby for years. And a mistake happened. And I feel bad about it every day. I do feel bad about it. I feel bad for some of the things that I said to him. I was out of anger because he accused me of doing something I would never do. And, you know, I've talked with Steve long for years. I've sold him many cars. He got a signed Rob Gronkowski Superfractor from me. He got a signed Bowman Chrome Brady Refractor from me. He got a lot of high-end cards from me. So we always would talk about his cards. Don't sit there, Steve, and say, oh, I just had your want list. Steve, I always do what you
I have all the communications. As a matter of fact, if you could help me put that all out there, Jeremy, I would love to do that. I would put the whole thing. I mean, I've sent it to. I got to check with the lawyer, but I'm pretty sure everything would be perfectly fine. I'll send everything over right now.
Yeah,
Everything you're
have
saying is
to.
a load of
I'm not.
shit, bro.
I'm
Come
certainly
on.
not.
No,
Gonna, I'm certainly
it's
not
not
going
a
to get
load
any
of
more
shit.
involved than having you
Jeremy,
guys on here. But
Jeremy, I just want to tell you, there was some heated conversations that I've had with Steve, some text messages, some profanity and stuff that I said to him because I was upset. Yeah, it's all there. It's all in writing for
He's
sure.
upset because I got $500,000 stolen from me. And you're
Bruce,
sitting there,
where,
I'm sorry. I
Bruce,
don't know what happened. I have no
Bruce,
insurance. I have no, like,
where is the where Bruce?
Yes,
Again, please try to be
I'm calm.
calm. And
I
yeah,
am.
thank you.
I'm calm,
I
Jeremy.
just,
I'm
yeah,
calm.
it's emotional for sure. It's emotional.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm not a judge in this case. I don't know. I only heard one side. I'm happy to hear your side, but uh, I think it's fair that you can tell your side of the story. And but I'm also curious,
Right.
where is the money? Like who you guys have both referred to the other person. Who is
Uh-huh.
this other person? Who is this other person?
His name, and Steve knows this, his name was Jorge. I met him. I I associate with him. I've talked with him. And he told me he pulled the card out of a 2012 prison box. I saw 2012 prison football boxes in his house. So the story kind of matched what he was saying. He showed me the card. I held the card in my hand. Where is the card? The card, where is the card? It's no one else is saying they have it. So where was it? Where is it? I saw it. I'm not an authenticator. So was it the real one? It had the 101 stamp on the back.
You
It
said you
shot.
shipped it. You said you shipped it
This is
to.
this is what happened.
and
I
you
saw the
switched
card. No, no,
top
Steve.
loaders that were in there. I got, oh
Steve,
man,
Steve,
I
please
have so
let me
much.
Steve,
Go ahead.
please let me say my side of the story, please. I saw the card. I gave the guy another top loader to put it in because the one that he showed it to me in was all messed up. So when I went back to supposedly get the card from him, Steve, he said, "No, I'm not. I want
That's
my
why his
deposit card."
fingerprints are on it. That's why his
Of course,
fingerprints
that's
are
why
on
my
it.
fingerprints are because I handed him another case to put the card in.
Yeah.
I handed him another case to put the
I got
card
a
in.
one touch for a thick card in there. That's what I got in the package.
Okay, well, Steve, I'm telling my side of the
Somebody
story.
said
Let me explain it, please. So I saw the card. It looked like the real authentic card to me. So I came back. I told Steve about it. And then when he sent the money, I went back to the seller's house to get the card. He had it packed up already in a FedEx box. And he handed me the box. I said, "The card's in here, right?" He goes, "Yes." I just put my shipping label on the FedEx box and I dropped it off. That's
that.
why,
Have you,
that's what happened.
Bruce? Have you gone back to Jorge's house to ask him what the deal? Where's my
Yes,
buddy Steve's money?
I told him to give it Steve his money back. I told him, "Hey, dude, he didn't get the card. What's going on?" He kind of gave me the cold shoulder after a while. I think I told Jorge to reach out to Steve. Supposedly they talked on the phone and everything. So, I'm just like, I'm just tired of Steve. He's pissed off at me. I brokered the deal. Okay, but I did not rip him off. I did not take his money. That being said, I tried to do an honest deal for my friend. That's what only thing I tried to do was do an honest deal for my friend. Because at the time he was a good friend of mine. We would hang out at the National. We would hang out together. We talk. Like, why would I do something like this? Doesn't make any sense. I know he's mad. Of course, he has every right to be mad. But I just don't like people messaging me on Instagram calling me a scammer, a thief, because I'm not. And a lot of people, the real hobby, know I'm not. There's some big hitters. I'm not going to mention names, but they still talk to me and they still know that I didn't do this. Steve never sent me the money. Steve never sent me the money. I never saw the money. All I do was instructed by the seller, have Steve send me the money here. That's all I did. I was a broker between two people. And
But
I
you
did not
lied.
scam
You
him.
lied the whole way along, Bruce.
I
You
did
lied
not
about
lie.
having the card. Hold on. Now my turn. You lied about having the card in person, did you not? Did you
Steve,
say that you had it? No, no. When I sent that first deposit, did you not tell me I have the card in my possession? That was the
I had
deal
the
for the
card.
next deposit. No,
I,
you had went to look at it first time. The second time was you had the card in your possession. You later admitted to me, oh, okay, maybe I lied about that part. So many parts where you've lied about. Like there was a picking up the card, all that. Did you fail to mention how you dropped it off at a drop off? You dropped off a 500,000 card at a drop off, not to a person. He put it in a drop off, but then they didn't pick it up for days and days, and then finally he goes,
that's
"Oh,
not true.
Steve,
They
Steve,
scammed
no,
the
wait, no, no,
next
no,
day.
Steve, you have to be. I have to be honest with you. I didn't get the card yet. You forget about that one too? Yeah,
That's
yeah,
not what happened, Steve.
dude.
Steve,
I have the messages.
Steve.
Okay.
All right, Steve. We talked on the phone.
He
Steve.
said, she said, right?
Yeah, Steve. Steve, listen. Man, I know you're upset. I did not intentionally scam you. Okay, Steve.
You did
You
it.
know it. No, I didn't.
You
No, I
did.
didn't, Steve. No, Steve, I didn't.
It's obvious.
Okay, guys, hang on a second. I think Bruce, one of the things that people might be wondering is, is Bruce's phone ringing while we're on? Let's just see if Bruce comes back. And Steve, you okay?
Yeah, I'm like,
Vibrating?
yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, like if you
Hello?
want to, we're still here. Bruce. We're still
Hello?
here. Your phone rang. It's okay. I know what that is.
Hello?
Yeah, we got you, Bruce. Do you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah,
We got you,
yeah,
Bruce.
we got you. You can. I don't know if you can hear us right now, but Jorge, let us know when you can hear us again, Bruce. But Steve, I want to check in on you for a moment. Are you you good with this continuing?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. Yeah.
I can only imagine what you're going through right now, and I do. You know, one thing I'll say about what Bruce is saying.
Hello?
Okay, hold on.
Hello?
Bruce, leave and
Hello?
come back. Okay.
Hello?
Leave and come back, Bruce.
Yeah. Leave, come back. I just messaged him. Hopefully he'll do that. Come back through the link.
Hello?
Bruce, you can't hear us, but we
Hello?
can hear you. No,
Hello?
Can you type in the chat, Jeremy?
I did. I
I can't hear anything.
I know. Leave.
I can't hear anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. He's gonna leave and come back. I'm gonna remove him from the screen for now. Let him leave and come back.
Steve, are there questions that you want to know that are unanswered that you feel like you need to find out?
I know everything. I know
Do you?
everything. I have everything. And then he was dumb enough to bury himself in messages too. Like all this crap he's telling us is just, yes, we did good business before. I said that. Everything was fine. I got along with him before.
Now I
but
can hear you guys. I'm back.
Okay. Let's continue. I just wanted to make sure Steve was okay to continue. And Bruce, one thing I'll say is that one of my pet peeves in life, and I think a lot of people's, is being accused of something that I didn't do. When I know I in fact did not do something, I don't want to be accused of something I didn't do. David, show of hands, David, is that a pet peeve of yours? Yes,
Yeah.
Joe?
Yeah.
No, hold on, Bruce. Yeah. Josh, I'm sure people. So I'm sensitive to that in the event that you are being truthful. I do not know what I don't know. I'm just a guy with a microphone here. So with that said, hold on. A lot of people I think would also be thinking maybe you're in cahoots with Jorge. That's something that somebody. No.
Okay, that's understandable. I will intake your criticism. It's fair.
No, not criticism. Just expressing plausible explanations, not criticism.
I understand. I understand where everyone's coming from. And look, I get why Steve thinks I scammed him. I get it. But I wouldn't think. I think he would think more of me than that because I've done so much business with him, and I've done bigger deals with him than this one. Okay, bigger. Okay, I sold him one card 3 years ago for 450,000, and that deal went smoothly. Okay, so I I've done bigger deals with Steve. Okay, I've
I'm
done more
missing
money in business with
477.
Steve. I've done more money business in Steve than this deal that went bad. Okay,
Yeah.
and you know, so it's not like I'm out of nowhere. I don't have a face in this hobby, but I get why Steve's mad. I get
Yeah,
it.
I understand that. Bruce, let me ask you this. What about Jorge? Is like you like I hear what you're saying, that you have a lot of contacts in the hobby, and you have a reputation that has held up, and and now it's being threatened. I understand that. What about Jorge? You obviously, if is Jorge somebody that is known in the hobby? You,
No,
can we get
no,
him on
no.
the show? Can you reach out to him and send him the link?
I could try. I haven't talked to him really since this deal went bad. And also, I will say this: there was a guy who brokered an '86 Fleer. I brokered an '86 Fleer Jordan with Jorge and another individual, and that package too ended up at FedEx. His package ended up being missing too, and I think he ended up getting his money back from Jorge. I don't know what happened between Steve and Jorge, but I told Jorge to refund Steve. I did do that. I just exited, dude, you got to refund him. So I did the best I could do to tell him, hey, go, you need to refund this guy. He did not get his card. He's saying
Did
he
you
did not get his card.
did you give the police or the law enforcement officials Jorge's address?
I've never been contacted by law enforcement. I've never, had anybody reach out to me or anything. I spoke with my lawyer. I explained to him the situation. He said I didn't do anything. I explained to him everything. You know, I gave Steve Jorge's information. I gave all of it to Steve. I gave him his phone number. I gave him all the information that I had. I gave it to Steve.
Do we know
And
what's Jorge's last name?
Alvarez.
There's only a
Will you
million of those.
cooperate with the police if they reach out to you?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
It wasn't you texting me from a random number
No, Steve.
that matched all your
No, Steve.
the way that you text.
Steve, you're
Oh,
just, you're
okay.
going.
Like
No,
you even
Steve.
spell the same things wrong, which is pretty crazy. But
Yeah, Steve, that's ridiculous.
yeah,
You're never gonna see,
Mm.
Steve, in your
Okay.
mind. See, here's the one thing I can tell you. Once someone is convinced of something, you can't unconvince them.
I'm a pretty
Steve,
reasonable person.
no, Steve, you're not. I've talked to a lot of other people in the hobby. They think you're out of your mind. And I'm not going to
Okay.
name names. I'm not going to name names.
Go ahead.
But
So-
Bruce, you have one thing that you mentioned that just I have a quick question about. You ended up saying that since this all happened, you haven't really contacted Jorge again. Don't you think that that would be something that, as you know this situation, why haven't you been contacting him since?
Well, okay, first of all, I'll answer the question the best I can, sir.
Yeah.
This happened, I think this happened about a year and a half ago with Steve. And I contacted him many times. I put him in contact with Steve. I told him many times, hey, you need to refund him. You need to refund him. Oh, it's all I could do. I tried reaching out to him for months prior to this. I just was like, you know what? I don't want the stress no more. I did all I could do. Okay? I really did.
I think I appreciate that, Bruce. I would like to encourage you to incur some more stress over this, because it's $500,000 that Steve's out. That's something that could, that's significant funds. Like I'd like to see you. And I'm not sitting here coming at you, Bruce. I'm trying to facilitate this discussion the best I can and try to maybe further. It'd be great to further things along. Maybe you could reach out to Jorge. Maybe you could, let him know that this. I don't know what you could do, but there must be a paper trail of this money. And
Okay, that's what I'm going to tell you. They need to, the law enforcement, wherever that account was that Steve sent the money to, that's where law enforcement needs to go. That's where law enforcement needs to go. They have to follow the money. That's where they need to go. Okay? That's all I can. What else do you want me to say? I've told him many times, Jorge, you need to refund him. If the money was sent to me, I would have. If Steve would have sent me the money, I would have sent it back right away. But that's not what happened. Okay.
No, it's a tough situation. Tough situation
Okay.
here.
So I don't know. Law enforcement needs to go follow the money and go to that person, because that person needs to refund Steve. And I told Jorge, refund him. Refund him.
yeah, but what's telling somebody? I mean, we're like, I
What
can
else
tell you.
can I do? What else can I do? Tell me, what else can I do to make him refund him?
Let's see if Josh has a thought on what else you could do. Josh?
Hi, Bruce. Nice to meet you. I have a question.
Go ahead.
You don't live in the States, right? Without getting specific, you're not in the country, right?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
And you said that you've done other deals with Steve in the past, right?
Correct.
Were you in the country at that time, or was that were you out of the country at that time?
I've always lived out of the country since I've known Steve.
Have you always used a third-party broker?
No, I did not.
Time?
Yes.
All right. And how do you know Jorge?
He was a friend of mine down where I live, and we're talking, and I known him here and there. And like I said, I started talking about cards. He said he had some cards. And like I said, I saw some 2012 Prism football boxes in his house that he had opened when the product came out, and he showed me the card.
Okay.
He showed me the card.
And as you sit here today, do you know where he lives?
Yes. Do I know if he still lives there now? I don't know, but he does live in Mexico.
No, I guess the question is, as we sit here today, do you know where he lives specifically?
I do know where he lives. When I last spoke with him, that address, if he still lives there or not, I do not know, because I haven't spoke with him probably in like 8 or 9 months. It's been a while, because I kept telling him, you need to refund Steve. I kept telling him.
What was your cut of the deal?
I was gonna get $5,000 for brokering the deal. I never saw one penny. I never saw one penny.
Oh, so you're out 5,000.
I'm not even out anything, because I never got anything. I never got anything. I was supposed to get that once Steve sent the second half of the money.
Oh, so the first 100,000 you didn't get anything from?
No, he didn't get nothing.
What a tragedy. All right.
I didn't get nothing.
Thank you. All right. Nothing further.
Thanks for jumping in there, Josh. Bruce, how did you even know that this show was happening tonight?
Well, because I'm in the hobbies, Jeremy. I follow your channel. I'm a big fan of yours. I really am. I'm a big fan of yours. So, I like your cards you collect. I like how that Gaudy Ruth that you got, how it's a 1. I mean, I like your show. It's very educational, and I love the hobby. That's why this has been so difficult on me, for my reputation to get hit like this, because I'm still friends with a lot of people today. A lot of people still support me, but, I'm going to be at the National this year in Chicago. I'm going to be there. And I hope, Steve, we can sit down and resolve this peacefully. And one day you can understand that I didn't scam you. And if there's any help you need along the way with your investigation, I'm here to help you. Okay.
Bruce, Bruce, listen, I appreciate everything you're saying. I know that I can, you don't look like you're having an easy time right now. And so, one thing that I do hear is, I thank you for coming on. This does take some courage, and it's not easy. So I do want to pay you the respect as I do all the guests that come on here, even in a difficult situation like this. But I really want to see, I'd really, just as a fellow human, as a friend of Steve's, as a voice in the hobby, I would love to see you help Steve recover his funds. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Like, is Jorge a dangerous person? I
don't know if he's a dangerous person. I wouldn't know that. I don't think he is. I don't know what kind of question that is, Jeremy. I'm sorry, but I don't think he's a dangerous person.
I just mean like what I'm saying is, I don't know, Steve, maybe this has to originate with you talking to your legal advisor, saying you've had some contact with Bruce here on Saturday night, June the 13th, and he has offered to help follow the money. Like Bruce said, follow the money. I think that's something that could be very helpful. I'm no lawyer, but maybe there's something to it.
Well, like I said, this thing occurred like 18 months ago, right around there.
Probably
You
no
know,
statute of limitations on this for 18 months.
that's not what I'm getting at. I'm just saying this. I'm just letting you know how long ago this occurred. I'm just letting you know that I'm here to help with any information
Okay.
that that could be had. And like I said, when it happened, I gave Steve the person's information. We've been through this. I've tried my best. I just don't like being slandered anymore. I'm
No,
tired of it.
well, listen, if you are innocent, I would not want to be slandered either. So I completely get that. And
And why would I come on your show? Why would I come on your show and try to tell my side of the story and try to explain it if I really did try to do something like this, Dan? Come on. I would never, people in the hobby know I would never do this. That's why, and I would never have done something like this. I was happy. I thought I found the card of Steve's dreams for him. I thought I found the card of his dreams. I was trying to help him.
Bruce, as a broker, do you feel like that you share any responsibility, or do you think that what's your opinion on that?
I just try to do a good thing with him. Do I have some responsibility? I don't know. I mean, I went, picked up the card from the seller. It was already in a FedEx box. And I specifically asked him, is the card in here? He said yes. So I just took it and I printed out my FedEx label because I had an account with FedEx. And I did put real insurance on it. It was expensive. It was like $900 or $1,000 to insure that thing. It wasn't cheap. Okay. So if anything, I was out money.
But then why wouldn't you get paid on that insurance if you had insurance on it? And it was
because the FedEx denied the claim for whatever reason. They denied the claim. FedEx denied the claim. So if I would have got paid in the claim, I would have given Steve the money as I insured it for what Steve told me to insure it for.
Do you believe they denied the claim because it was an empty box?
I don't know. I don't know what their policies are. I do know they denied the claim. I do know
Did
that.
they give you a reason on why it was denied?
I have to go back and look through my emails and see what the reason was, but I know they denied the claim. What I can't remember off the top of my head what the specific reason was, but I have to log into my FedEx account. I think I have the proof that it was insured. And like Steve said, he never insured it. I did insure the package. And it wasn't cheap. I think it was more than $1,000 to insure it.
Josh, you're muted. Let's hear what Josh has to say.
Wait, you just said you don't know FedEx's policies on insurance, but you paid $1,000 for insurance?
Well, yeah, no one knows the real companies. Do you know FedEx's insurance? What they deny and approve claims for? Steve said insure the package.
$1,000, I sure would. Yes.
Well, okay, you know how long that takes to read through all that? I thought I just went and printed the label, added insurance, and paid it. That's what I did.
How many times have you added insurance on FedEx packages?
A few times when customers request it.
More than 10?
I don't know, honestly, sir. I don't know.
All right. And when you got the box, you didn't bother to look into the box if it was.
No, because when those FedEx packages, when you fold them, they stick. The box was already sealed, and that was it. I didn't reopen the box. I didn't reopen the box. I guess not. I mean, I guess I could have ripped it open, but I didn't. I went on his word, and I just put my label on the box and shipped it.
Yeah. All right.
Do you believe it was in the box?
Yes, I do. That's what I was told. I mean, the reason why I believed it was in the box because I physically held the card in my hand.
So if you believe that, then so you believe that somebody at FedEx opened the box. Is that what you're believing? I know you're just a guess, but is that what you're thinking happened?
That could be something that happened. Do I really know what happened? I really don't know what
Well, what
happened.
else could have happened in your mind? What's the other plausible situation?
I don't know. I really don't know. There's a
Haven't you been
million.
thinking about this? This has been so traumatizing for you that he's contacting you all this time. The police are going to be involved. You have to be thinking about what possibly happened, right?
Well, like I said, sir, what's your name? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm David. I'm not trying to go against you. I'm just like trying to
I
figure it
did.
out. You know?
I'm just
Yeah.
letting you know.
Yeah.
I've been in. When this happened, I was in contact with Steve. I was in
Yeah.
contact with the guy, the seller, and I went and spoke with my lawyer. And Steve has my contact information. Steve has my email. Steve has my Instagram. Steve has my Facebook. I have not heard one thing from one law enforcement person. I have not been contacted by anybody.
Hmm.
Okay. I have
Yeah.
not been contacted once. Okay. So, you know, I don't know if there's an investigation still going on or not, but I ain't got nothing to hide. I'm on this show. I'm trying to answer all of your questions the best I can. Okay. So I'm just letting you all know that, I feel bad for what happened to Steve. Yeah, I've said some mean things to him because he was accusing me and kept accusing me, and I got mad. But man, I love this hobby. I love cards. I love collecting cards. I never scammed that person. He sent the money to where I was instructed for him to send it to, and he sent it. And I was given a package that I asked him, hey, the card's in here, right? He's like, yeah. And I believed him because I saw what looked like to me a 2012 black 101 finite prism that I held in my hand, front and back. I took it out of the holder because the holder he had was messed up. And when I went back to his house, I gave him a new holder, put the card in. Then I left. Okay. And then that's when Steve sent the rest of the money. I went back to go get the card to mail it. And then it was already packed in the FedEx box. I put my label on it and I dropped it off at FedEx.
Hey,
And I
Bruce,
insured it
is
for
there a
because Steve
chance,
said, I want you to insure it. And I
Bruce?
did what Steve instructed me to do, which
Is
was
that,
insure the package.
can you hear me?
And that's what happened.
Bruce, is there a chance that the card you held was a count?
That's what
I
happened.
don't know
It's,
if you can hear
it's
me.
unfortunate. I don't
Okay.
know.
I don't think you can hear
But
me.
like I said, to this day, that card has not surfaced. So did a FedEx person steal it? It's possible. Where's the card? Where's the card?
Can you
Hi,
hear me?
Jeremy.
Can you hear me, Bruce?
Yeah.
Can you hear
Where's the
me?
card?
He can't hear me.
Can,
Okay.
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can
Yeah.
hear you. You can't
Okay.
hear him.
Oh,
It's that again.
no. But like I
Um,
said, man, I just wish people would stop calling me a scammer, and I just don't like it because I didn't scam him. I mean,
Can you hear me, Bruce?
yeah, I can hear you.
Jeremy, what's the question you want to ask? And I'll ask him.
You can't, Bruce, can you hear me now? No? What am I? Okay. Can you ask him, David, if when he held the card in his hand, if there was any indication that it was counterfeit? Because there's a,
Well, Bruce, when you held the card in your hand,
Uh-huh.
did you think that, like, was there anything that made you think that it was counterfeit at all?
No, not really. I mean, I look real to me. Like I said, I'm not an expert at modern cards, but I mean, I've had some 2012 Prism football cards in the past. I've never owned a finite. Okay, I've never owned a finite, but I've owned a gold Gronkowski in the past, the Prism Gold 2012 Gronkowski. I've owned the silver Brady, the base silver, the refractor silver. I've owned that, so it looked, and I saw the 101 thing on the back. That's what I looked for. When I looked at it, I shined it in the light. I held it. I kind of looked at it a little bit, front and back. I mean, it looked right to me.
Did you take a picture, Bruce, of it when you ended up looking
I
at it?
I never took a picture of it. The when after I saw it, the guy forwarded me pictures of the card, and I forwarded those pictures to Steve. So
Okay.
yeah, so I never took a picture of the card myself. I
You
saw
did
it.
not.
That's why I didn't question it when he handed me the FedEx box. I never questioned it. That's why I never questioned because I'm like, well, this guy's gonna want his other half of his money, and then he told me once he got the other half of his money, he was gonna give me $5,000 for putting the deal together. Never saw that money. Never saw anything.
So when you spoke to Jorge about this, what
Mhm.
what was his reaction back to you when you were having these conversations over and over again about like pay him his
He
money? What was his response?
he goes, how do I know Steve isn't just keeping the card? How do I know Steve isn't trying to just keep his? I was just like, man, there's no way Steve would do that. You know, I was just like, dude, just give him his money back. You know, and he just like, you know, I
Just wouldn't
tried
do it.
my best. I really did. I was like trying to tell this guy, hey, you're gonna go to jail. You better give him his. I tried to put a lot of pressure on this guy to give Steve his money back.
And his response was just staying that same way, just
He
kept
says
saying,
he just
yeah.
said I'm gonna work on it. I'll work on it. I'll work on it. And I gave him Steve's number. Steve had his number. So like I said, I gave Steve his information. I gave Steve everything. What else? What more could I have done? What else could I have done? I put them in contact with each other. I I told I told Jorge, hey, you need to send that money back many times, many times. So
Okay.
Yeah, that completely makes
Yeah.
sense. Jeremy, do you have any questions for him?
No, not really at this point. No, I don't. I think we've heard Bruce's side of the story, and I don't know. I mean, I'm not law enforcement. I don't know what I could say that would help Steve get his money back, and in the event that Bruce is telling us the truth, to exonerate his name. And I don't know. I don't know what to do. I would like to see the truth come out,
can
and
you
I would
guys
love.
still hear me? Because I can't hear Jeremy.
Yeah, so I'll just tell you kind of what Jeremy's saying. He's just really hoping that the truth comes out and that he appreciates you coming on the show and giving your side of the
And
story.
And David,
And
I hope that the truth comes out.
I've
And
given my
hold
side of the
and I
story. This
hold
isn't the
on,
first time
hold on.
Steve's got on the show and like slandered my name, but like I've given my story many times to a lot of people in the hobby. You guys aren't the first. Probably
yeah,
won't be the last. But like I said, I've talked to some big time players in the hobby, like people with collections in the hundreds of the millions of dollars. Okay,
yeah,
and they know me, and they know I didn't do this. That's what I'm gonna say.
I understand. 1 second, Bruce. Let me just hear from Jeremy, and then I'm going to get right back to you. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay.
The end of my comment there, David, was that like I hope the truth comes out. I hope that truth is such that Steve gets his money back and Bruce is found to be not guilty. And I don't know. I can't speak to Jorge. Haven't heard his side of the story, but I hope that's what comes out of this. That's what I would hope for. But again, I can't. I'm not a mind. A lot of people in the chat are apparently mind readers. I'm not a mind reader. I don't know the actual truth here.
Yeah. So what Jeremy is essentially saying is that we just hope that this ends just the same way as it sounds like everybody wants it to, is that you get your name
Cleared.
straightened out and cleared, and that Steve gets his money, right? And that it just all ends in that kind of way. We're all hoping that happens.
And we're not
And
mind
that's
readers.
what I want
We're
to,
not
sir.
mind readers. We can't, but we do appreciate you saying this. And this is now just coming from me. I appreciate that you are willing to work with law enforcement to try to get an answer to this, which I'm actually a little surprised that they haven't contacted you yet.
No, like I said, I talked to
Yeah.
I talked to a lawyer. I have a friend that's a lawyer. I explained to him the entire situation, and like I said, they just because I live in Mexico, I still go to San Diego all the time. You know, I live in Tijuana, Mexico. I have for many years. Before I even met Steve, I've lived here. Okay. So I go back and forth all the time. I have a US address to receive mail. They have my email. It's very easily for law enforcement to get a hold of me if they want to ask me any questions. Okay. It's been nearly 18 months. No one's reached out to me. Okay. And like I said, I'll say one more thing. Um, and I just want to let you know, yeah, I haven't talked to the guy, Jorge, in a long time. But after that incident occurred, I was pressuring him for months to give Steve his money back. And Steve kept, even though Steve kept slandering my name and saying bad things about me, and I was wrong. I'm in the wrong too with Steve. I said some pretty nasty things to him too, out of anger. And that wasn't right on my end. Okay. And I feel bad for some of the stuff I said to him, but I was so pissed off. It was a very frustrating thing for me to go through as well too. I know I didn't lose $500,000, but my reputation's damaged. You know, I get, you're a piece of POS scammer. You know, I get those kind of messages from people because they never heard my side of the story, and that's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
I know.
So
No, Bruce, I appreciate you, giving your side of the story and for saying it. And I can see the frustration in you, and I totally get it. But we, I know you want this to end too, right?
oh,
And you
yeah,
want
yeah.
his money too. Would you be willing? I know you said you've been to the United States a few times. Would
I
you
go
be
there all the
willing?
time.
So would you be willing, while you're in the United States, to talk to law enforcement
If
while
they
you're in the
reach,
US? Why not try to help in that kind of way where you can be a little
I
proactive?
told,
I know it's tough.
okay,
Would you do that?
okay, I'll say this. I've told Steve, you have my information. I'm sure Steve has worked with law enforcement. I told Steve many times, have them reach out to me. They never have.
Yeah.
So Steve, it was Steve's. Steve has all the information. Steve has all the stuff. I told Steve many times, have law enforcement reach out to me. You're the one who filed the case. I'm sure he did whatever he had to do. And I hope he goes to the ends of the earth to get his money back. But I've told Steve many times, have law enforcement reach out to me. Steve has all my contact information. It would be very easy for Steve to go, law enforcement, here's Bruce's information. Please go ask him questions. I've never got that call. I've never got that email. I've never got that phone call. And I'm here. Call me, email me
Go ahead, Josh.
anytime.
Can you hear
I'll
me?
give all the information that I have.
Can you hear
Can you
me?
hear Josh right now, Bruce?
No, I cannot. No, I cannot.
Josh, try to talk.
Hi, Bruce. Can you hear me?
Nope.
You
Can't hear
can't
you.
hear? I guess
Ask
you
him
have to
this.
go through me.
Ask
Yeah.
him if he's coming to the National. Why doesn't he meet with law enforcement at the National? Would he agree to that?
So Josh is asking, if you're going to the National, would you be willing to meet with law enforcement while you're in the U.S.?
Like I said, I'm going to say this one last time. It's not my job to go meet with law enforcement. Law enforcement has my info.
You just
If
said
they
you
want to
would.
get a hold of me, they can get a hold of me.
But don't
Steve,
you?
That's not what I
Why
asked.
wouldn't you
That's
be
not what I asked.
proactive about it and just try?
Okay.
Because I understand what you're saying, right? They can get a hold of you, and you've said that, and I totally get it. But so I'm just going to put myself in this, okay? And this is not a judgment, okay? I'm just saying that if I was a broker and and one of my clients lost a lot of money, I
Mhm.
would be proactive in trying to help them get their money back.
And I
And
was
I understand that you're
proactive.
saying, and I understand you've done it so far. But But now, that is it, because you're mad at Steve? Why won't you go that extra step and just
Okay.
do it yourself?
Okay.
Yeah.
I've gone the extra step. Okay. I spoke to an attorney. I've been advised on what to do.
Okay.
I've done all the steps that I could possibly take with this. Like I said, you have to understand, why hasn't law enforcement reached out to me? Why? Why haven't they reached out to me? This happened. I'm sure Steve has called him and told him, Bruce Feldman ripped me off. Well, what's Bruce Feldman's name? Okay, what's his phone number? What's his email? Okay, let's get a hold of him and let's contact him. That's never happened. Why is that? Okay.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I've been instructed by my attorney to do what I have to do. I've explained the situation to him, and I'm gonna go with what he told me.
Well, that's the answer. That's what I was looking for. Is that makes more sense to me, is that an attorney gave you that guidance, right?
Mhm.
That's what the disconnect that I was getting, is
Yeah.
like why you wouldn't be doing it. Okay.
Yeah,
That makes sense. Yeah. Jeremy, do you have any other questions?
No.
But like I said, I'm not avoiding any law enforcement.
Yeah.
I never have. Okay? I never have, and I never will. Like I said, Steve sent the money to that individual. I brokered the deal. I tried to put two people together, and what happened was very, very unfortunate. And I had no bad intentions for this to happen to him. Okay. And it's just so frustrating. Like, people still look at me as a bad guy. Bad things happen. Unfortunate things happen in life. Unfortunate things happen. And Steve, I know Steve really wanted that card, and I know Steve is upset because he sold a lot of his nice cards to go after this card. And I know he's really upset about that too. So I know there's a lot of frustration from him because he did go through a lot to want to go get this card. And I can understand why he hates me. I can get it. I get it. But, I just don't like my name over and over again being called a scammer and a scumbag and this and that, because Steve ain't the only one I've done big deals with. And this is the only time I've ever had a deal go bad. Only time. Out of hundreds.
You've told your side of the story, so you got what you were able to explain yourself. I have a question that people in the chat keep asking, and I feel like I want to ask it too.
Sure, ask me anything.
Yeah. So, like, the photo that Steve is convinced was AI.
Yes.
Have you looked at that photo, and do you also believe that it's not a real photo?
I honestly, that stuff's so good now. I can't tell the difference, man. I couldn't tell you, does it look like AI? Does it not look like AI? They sent me that photo. I forwarded it to Steve. It looked like the card that I held in my hand, man.
But how about now? Now that it's over, I'm sure you've looked at it again. Do you see what he's talking about? Yeah.
No, I deleted that photo and everything months ago. I didn't want nothing to do with it. I deleted the photo, to be honest with you. But I did look at the photo before, and it looked not like the card to me. So, like I said, I couldn't tell you. Like, how you go on Instagram, you see videos of people. Sometimes you can't even tell if it's a real person or if it's AI. You can't tell anymore. So I wouldn't be able to tell you, yeah, I can tell that's AI. No, I can't tell that's AI. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell. And I don't think most people could. I'm not a computer expert, a graphics expert. I wouldn't know.
But and I understand exactly what you're saying there, but like, when you know that there's probably going to be an investigation on this, which it's over 500,000, what would be the reason to delete the photo? Like, why wouldn't you keep it as evidence to support yourself?
Because Steve already has it. Steve already has it. Steve has it. So they have it. Law enforcement has it. Why do I need it? They have it. I don't need it. Law enforcement has those photos, I'm sure.
Okay.
Whoever's
David,
investigating the
tell him
case
to stop
has
talking
those
for a
photos.
sec. Tell him-
Because I
tell him
sent them
to-
to Steve.
Ask him to stop talking.
God,
I would send
Bruce.
those photos that I forwarded to Steve. Let me make that clear. I never took a photo of the card and sent it to Steve. I was forwarded those photos. I forwarded it to Steve. So, like, there's no reason for me to keep them. Steve has them. Steve sent them to law enforcement. I'm 1,000% sure, or whoever's investigating the case. So they have them already.
Okay, got it. 1 second. I just want to hear Jeremy's. He's going to say something. 1 sec.
Yeah, just for you guys and the chat. I guess Bruce can't hear me right now, but like, yeah, we're just rehashing the same thing over and over again. So let's just tell him thank you for coming on, and yeah, tell him thanks for coming on. Okay. We can't prove anything right or wrong here in this room.
So Bruce, I mean, we appreciate you coming on here, and I know that you wanted to come on and clear your name and do that, and we hope that we gave you a platform to be able to talk freely about this.
Share your side of the story.
And I just want to
say, story.
And I want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity and actually listening to me. And you guys have been very respectful to me. I appreciate that, and not calling me a POS scammer like some people do right off the bat without even hearing my side of the story. So I just want to let you, I appreciate Jeremy. I appreciate all of you here in the chat. And, I'd love to shake all your hands at the National, this year. And, I hope one day I could settle this with Steve and be friends with him again, to be honest with you, because I don't like having hate towards anyone. I know it's hard because I'm not the one out the money. I know that's hard. Or it could be easy for me to say that because Steve, he's the one who's out the money. But, I would just like to see Steve face to face and just say, hey, man, I'm sorry this happened, dude, but it really wasn't my fault, man.
Well, let's hope it happens, and let's hope that Steve gets his money, and then that will solve all the problems. So, we're all holding out hope that happens. But thank you again, Bruce, for coming on. We do appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for having me, and I'm just glad you guys listened to my side of the story. And thank you very much.
Willing to do that. Tell him.
Willing to do that. Thank you. Thank you again. All right. Have a good night, Bruce.
All right, you guys too. Bye.
Bye, Bruce. All right. Let's just you guys can hear me? I want to make sure.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I mean, Josh, can you hear him?
Okay. All right. I don't want to debrief this story anymore. No. I think we heard from him. Following the comments, there's a lot of opinions towards what happened, and Bruce's side of the story.
We'll never know.
What's that?
I said we don't know, right? No. We don't know
We don't. It's easy to listen. We don't know anything. We heard Steve, and we just heard Bruce. That's it. I'm not judging Bruce. I'm not judging Steve. I would hope they're both telling the truth, but you don't know. There's a missing factor here, Mr. Jorge. We don't know what's happening with Mr. Jorge. But I would like to see Bruce do a little bit more. Listen, he said what he said.
There's attorneys involved. There's attorneys involved, which is kind of the answer that he gave.
Yeah, I just want to see this. I want to see Steve get his money back.
Me too.
And I want to see. If I say if, because again, I don't know. I can't read anybody's mind. We think we can. We'd like to think we're good judges of people based on what we hear and watching their body language and all this. But you just, unless you're not, we're not in anybody's head here. So, do you think,
Jeremy, that Steve dropped off because of frustration or because he had a phone issue?
Oh, so I talked to Steve. His battery died.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. He dropped off, and I did ask him. I said, yeah, you dropped off. I said, apologies for this experience. Certainly didn't intend to put you through this when we started. But he said, yeah, my phone died anyways. I'm okay, thank you. But yeah, he was vibrating, based on being face to face with Bruce after so long. I mean, I certainly didn't want. I just hope Steve's okay. And you know what? Listen, I'm human and I have empathy. I hope Bruce is okay too. I hope he's okay, but that's attached to I hope he's telling us the truth. I don't know if he has risen. I hope he is, and I hope he's okay. If he's telling the truth. If he's not telling us the truth, then I don't really care. But if he's telling us the truth, I hope he's okay. I hope Steve is okay. I don't know that he's lying. I don't think Steve's being dishonest, but so, and there's also, Dave here says there's 3 sides to every story, right? The 2 sides and then the truth. Yeah. but I mean, we just don't know. We
Can I
just
ask a
don't
question
know.
for Josh?
Hold on one
Like,
sec. Yeah, just
sorry.
1 sec. I'm seeing like JB Hat says Jeremy Bruce is now 500K. That's fine. But you know what? I mean, he might be out his reputation. This chat has been very unforgiving, and it's not 500 grand, but it's something else that has been attacked and hit. And if he did nothing intentionally wrong, then he has a right to be upset as well. Simple as that. So I just hope he's telling the truth. But I don't know if he is or isn't. I mean, the chat certainly does. JB Hats certainly knows the truth. JB Hats has seen all the evidence and knows the truth. So I mean, listen, it's someone says he didn't check the box. Yeah, he didn't check that. That was negligence on his part as a broker. I would say he didn't check the box. But does that mean that he scammed the guy? I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm just saying, mistakes. People do dumb things all the time. People make mistakes. People take shortcuts all the time in life. Just because you take a shortcut doesn't mean you broke the law or scammed somebody. That was a wrong. And if Bruce is telling us the truth, you better believe he wishes he would have opened that box. Doesn't mean that he was lying to us. But listen, I'm also not saying he's innocent. I don't know. Have you heard me once say that he's guilty or innocent? No, because I don't know. But a lot of the chat knows. The chat knows. But that's fine. Some people in the chat know at least. But it's very easy to throw stones when you just feel like doing it, I guess. So it's there's lots of theories in the chat, and it's lively, but anyway, it's an unfortunate situation, and I just hope Steve gets his money back. It's devastating. It's absolutely devastating. So I'd really like to hear from Jorge. That's what it comes down to. Is Jorge Alvarez? I think he said was his name, and I mean that certainly narrows it down, doesn't it? I mean, that's got to be one of the more common names, right? It's a very common Alvarez. I mean, I can think of we got the Jorge and Alvarez. I mean, several baseball players I've heard with each of those names. Anyway, okay. Well, what's that, David?
The thing that for me, I wish I could ask Steve is that is he shocked that Bruce hasn't been contacted by law enforcement? And Josh, like, do you have any thought on that as an attorney? Like, do you think that law enforcement, is it because he's in Mexico, or how could Bruce not be contacted by law enforcement in this situation?
Bruce said he wasn't contacted by law enforcement.
Yeah. Would you be surprised if law enforcement was involved? Would you be shocked if Bruce was not contacted?
I would be shocked if Bruce was not contacted by law enforcement. Yes.
Okay.
But do you know, Josh, what steps Steve has taken and his attorneys have taken on this? Like Steve said, he's in for 15 grand in legal fees so far. Do you know what steps he's taken?
No, but I would be very surprised if someone is out $500,000 and didn't call the FBI for wire fraud. So I'm going to assume, based on my experience, that the victim would call the FBI. That is what happened in every case that I've had with fraud. So I could be wrong, but based on my educated guess, based on my personal experience in 20 years, I would hope he would have called the FBI.
All right. Okay. Well, listen, that was certainly eventful. Did not see the show going in that direction tonight. But hopefully you guys enjoyed it from an entertainment perspective. But let's keep in mind, and I know a lot of you guys don't care, but let's keep in mind there are two humans at odds here. And they both are there's a disconnect here. There's a gap in all this. The gap might just be Jorge. Jorge might be the only criminal in all this. That might be the Josh. Is that an impossible situation? You look very skeptical. Is it impossible that Jorge is the only criminal?
I think that is a 100% accurate statement, but the chat seems to agree with. I agree with what the chat is saying about Jorge's identity. So.
But you don't know.
I don't know, but
You don't know.
again, in my 20 years of doing this, whenever there's a mystery third person that no one can find, there's a reason no one can find that third person.
But do you think that him coming on a show like this, which I'm sure his attorney does not like, is my guess, does that say anything in your mind, Josh?
Yes, fraudsters usually will do this to perpetuate a fraud and use the line that he said, why would I come on a show if I had nothing to hide? Because it perpetuates the fraud. Like, that's exactly why they would do it. This is all very textbook. Every answer he gave was textbook.
Does is there ever a case where textbook is not correct?
No, that's why it's textbook. I've never had a case where some guy was charged with fraud.
So you are 100% convinced, Josh, you are 100% convinced that Bruce was lying to us. You are certain.
99%. Okay, I can't be 100%. I'm 99%. Based on his answers, 99%. He said he would talk to law enforcement. When asked, talk to them in Chicago, he gave an excuse as to why he can't. He stopped talking to Jorge right around the time that this happened. Also, Steve said this, I don't know if anyone caught this, that he got a phone number from Jorge that misspelled the same words wrong that Bruce misspelled the same words wrong. Again, that's textbook fraud using a Google Voice number. Also, that's weird, but you know, again, it's all textbook. Like, this is all like happens to every fraud case I've ever seen.
Finkel is Einhorn, says Papa Funk. Jesse Double says Jorge is Stan and he just bought a Jackie Robinson patch. Guys, I gotta
a great comment.
I gotta do that thing that happens 4 hours into a live stream to me. So unless you guys want to continue chatting while I just take a 90-second break.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I'll be right back. You guys
What chat?
What are we gonna talk
What's
about?
going on, Josh?
What's
How you doing,
up?
buddy?
What's new, man? Anything going on?
I went to a card show today that was a hipster card show. That would be your nightmare. It was all shiny and Pokemon. I went with my 8-year-old and
Pokemon. Is it like old Pokemon or like new Pokemon? I don't know about the new Pokemon.
I don't know the difference. It was very shiny and they were all like anywhere from $500 to $5,000.
Right. I know. Right. It could be. How much is it worth? Like $1 billion. Like, okay. I don't know. Like,
I can't tell the difference between a 10 cent and neither can my son, which thankfully he's happy with because he can go through the dime bins and be just as excited to pull out a Pikachu as he would finding a $1,000 card, which is kind of cool.
That's awesome.
Right?
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
I didn't go to a card show today. I want to go. To a card. We're going to a card show next month. I can't wait.
I know. We're hanging out at the National. I can't wait to walk around and look at short print leaf cards with you.
Oh my God. I want a Kel. I know someone has got a Kel. I
heard it's very expensive, that person that has one.
It's very expensive. I know. I just got to find one with a pinhole in the front and a 1 and call it a day.
I heard that guy with the Kel might sell trade one for the new Hauser that his friend's in love with.
I need that card very badly. So I need a feller.
That have those? Do you have anybody that has those kind of cards?
Yeah, but they're not getting rid of them. You know, they're like locked up. I need a feller. Okay. I need a Kel. I need a feller. I need them all actually because I started over. So and
you need a page.
I do need a page. That's all I need is maybe Bruce will hire me. I don't know. And then when he gets indicted,
would you sell a large part of your collection for that?
Not anymore because the stuff I have now I whittled down to like stuff that you really can't find or kind of rare. So like all the mostly common
like
stuff,
your 189 Frank Thomas leaf cards.
I would never give him 119. Soon to be 120 next week probably. I'll probably pick one up for like $5. It's the greatest card ever.
What I miss? What I miss? I hate missing stuff on the show. What I miss?
It was just us, messing
Pokemon.
with each other.
Talk about Pokemon. You would have hated it. David went to a card show. Then we talked about 48 Leaf, and now we're talking about the National.
I'm with Mike Petty. It's called Pokemon.
Pokemon. Right.
It's Pokemon.
And Chris C just got a 93 Finest Ryan Refractor, which is an awesome card.
That's a sick card. Congratulations.
When we were little, like when I was like 15 when that came out, it was so hard to find. That and the Griffey were the 2 most expensive cards. And the Ripken. Those 3 were like the 3 most, and the Ryan still is more expensive than the Frank Thomas. Which is crazy.
We got fresh print. Steve says first time going to the National.
Yes.
Looking forward to it. Well, Steve came to the book signing I did at Burbank for Pops and Comps in February. So I got to meet Fresh Prince of Sports Cars, but look forward to
Did I meet him?
Again there. Hey?
Did I meet him?
I don't know.
Steve, did I meet you at Burbank? Because I was there with Jeremy with Petty. Let me know.
Do you remember him? Do you remember meeting him there? Steve, Fresh Prince. Yes,
You
sir.
did?
He said. Yeah.
I am so sorry, Steve. I can't wait to meet you at the National again. Hit me on the side of the head and remind me. I had so much stuff going on that day.
Yeah, you and Petty kept on going out to get food.
Oh, good. He hasn't met me yet. Okay, good.
The guys can eat. There you go. Oh, okay, so you maybe did not communicate, but good. Yeah. There you go. All right, guys, let's wrap this one up. This is wow. This is very eventful.
That was crazy.
Very eventful. I was really glad to hear back from Steve though that he dropped off because his battery died versus any sort of going through any stress and. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I did say to Steve in the DMs that I wrote back, I did say, I'm glad it was just a dead battery. Again, sorry about this, but hopefully it helps drive some sort of progress. Like that's truly my hope for having Bruce come on. So anyway, all right, guys, we're gonna wrap it up. Back tomorrow for the Fanatics show. Thursday is the premiere with Adam Gray, and then. Watch for a press release. Oh, today's Saturday?
It's Sunday right now.
It's okay. Well, I'm going to be involved in in something going on at and during the National, and there's a press release coming out on that on Monday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. So watch for that. And once you understand what that's all about, let anyone who might want to respond. Help spread the news. That'd be fun and cool. Appreciate that.
Will it be discussed on The Hangover? Possibly.
Yeah, because it's coming out before we record. So it
very well Jeremy about it on The Hangover coming out very soon.
By the way, guys, The Hangover this week we are going to be recording on Monday at 11 o'clock Pacific. If that works for you guys. You don't have to answer me right now. We can talk about that off the air because we are still recording here, but we're still live. But okay, that's it. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. Jim says this was what news reporting used to be. Thank you, Chris. I saw you came and went, but glad to see you back here. Paul Santos says Josh is like an umpire. Calls them like he sees them. Thanks, Yankees fan. Appreciate it. Time for Penny Hill. Appreciate everybody joining us. So as we like to do here on June the 13th, 2026, this episode of Sports Cards Live is now
over.
And with that, good night, everybody.
Thanks for tuning in and being a part of the Sports Cards Live community. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and most of all, keep collecting. More great content to come. Sports Cards is a lifestyle.